Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 start, take a shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, might just see result, let me know.
1830.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you so much. I am sorry I haven't been on during the day. They're still whacking away next door, and it's driving me nuts. And honestly, I'm thinking I just might go live tomorrow morning, even if there is a shit ton of noise going on in the background, because it's been like, gosh, maybe 2 weeks now. The daytime lives have been suffering because of it. I don't know. I'm done. What's up, Kib Kitty? Ticket number 1. They were already supposed to be here last week. Oh, and we got a golden ticket number 1. What's up, Mary? Thank you for hopping in. We got some new documents. New documents that just dropped literally right before we went live. So I think there's 3 of them. 3 of them. Right before we went live. What's up, Caddy? Thank you for hopping in. We're going to be checking in a couple things that Caddy sent me, and very interesting video again about the Kibby Dome. I want to show you something that I seen. I was like, what the hell? It's made out of wood? The Kibby Dome is made out of wood. What's up, Katrina? Ticket number 3. We're going to show you. You know how it is every show. We always got something fresh for you. What's up, Kibbo? Ticket number 6. Thank you. Diana, ticket number 7. Thank you. What's up, Margaret? So we're going to get that. And then I'm going to be finishing up the read-through of the cliff notes from the final chapter. We'll be getting into the documents. We'll be getting into the couple links. Then I'm going to be getting into the rest of the read-through for the final chapter, and then after that we're just going to get to a whole bunch of stuff that y'all have sent, and that'll be the show for this evening. Was not planning on the documents. Janet, ticket number 12, but from, let's see, amended motion, amended order, temporary order, you know, it's probably like a page or 2, you know what I mean. What's up, Crime Solver? Ticket number 12. I'm a complete dozen of fun and thank you. Appreciate you. Look at that. What's up? Ticket 15. It's so cool they show up now. What's up, Knowledge? Bianca, ticket number 18. Christina. Hello, everyone. What's up, Detective? Kaboom. Kaboom. Very likable, I must say, that you're doing. Oh, thank you for the kind words, Starla. I appreciate that. Your emoji game? They got plenty new ones now. Some show up, some don't. What's up, SM? Thank you for hopping in. Work on that game period. What's up, Typically? Charlie Brown, ticket number 27. Thank you. You and Jay were awesome today. Oh, I was just chilling back in chat. I was trying to get her to check out the whole, because we when was it, everybody? Saturday? It was the same. It was the same night. It was it was Saturday night. It was that 6-hour episode, because that was the night that we found out that the university was created to keep the panhandle, Idaho. That's when we read the letter from the United States Senate to Mr. Green. That's when we listened to that Cup of Joe conversation. That's why I put the whole thing up there for a video on its own, because, man, I was going to try and cut out different parts of it from Saturday, but I was like, yo, this whole thing is just too damn good. It was like one after another. So I'm like, you know what? It's an hour and 40 minutes. You get my commentary. Man, that whole Cup of Joe episode was crazy. If you don't know what we're talking, I know it's 6 hours on Saturday night that we did, but I'm telling you right now, it was that whole 6 hours. Woo! That, and I didn't even get to go through it all. I was cramming 2 shows into one, and that's why tonight we're going to be finishing up the show that should have been on Friday morning, because Saturday I had to cram Friday morning show and Friday night show into one show because of the internet problems again. And so yeah, we're going to be finishing the rest of the final chapter. I think we're on page 360. I know we left off at December 30th. And we have about 50 pages to go. So I'm guessing it's going to be like an hour and a half or something like that. But what I'll do is I'll kind of back up a little bit, maybe like a page, and then we'll kind of go into the rest of it. So if you missed the first part, it's Saturday night. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Saturday night's first part, mix it with this part, and then it's going to be its own CJ Cliff Notes video, and I'm probably going to have that drop right here, CJ's Cliff Notes, the final chapter. Probably going to have that drop Wednesday morning, probably. I'm thinking Wednesday morning. I'm going to do that. So, she's doing a great job. I mean, she's really digging too. I'm loving it. Shout out Jay for Justice. You guys got to go check her shows out. Like, she is boom, boom. But I know. I was like, check out the university and how the university was created to save the panhandle of Idaho before Idaho was even a state. How do you have the University of Idaho before Idaho is even a state, people? How does that even make sense? I don't know. She's so awesome. Thank you, Starla. I appreciate the kind words. If you have anything you want to send to the show, please. And you can add Instagram to that, too. All one word. Ticket 31. It's been a long day. Yeah, probably after that 49er win, right? Ticket 31. Long day after that 49er win. What's up, Typically Unique 35? What's up, Christina, again? Julianne, hello to you. Is that document one about maybe BK Council might want to leave? No. No. Who said that? Why would BK's council want to leave? I haven't been on the socials today, so I don't know who. I don't know. Let me read them again. No, these just dropped right before the show. Hold up. Wait, these just dropped right before the show. And the other ones. No, we covered those Saturday. The 19th, right? Yeah. Oh, what? Why would they want to leave after all this time they've been fucking asking and asking and asking? I don't know. I think they're in a good position myself. I mean, shit. When you go look at my DNA dirty glove video, I think the defense is in a pretty good position, you know? I mean, you saw what all took place. You saw who was inside. I mean, you know. I don't know. What's up, Beth? It was before 36. Appreciate you. What's up, D. Marie? Maybe 39? Yes. Yes. And there's so much more, too. There really is. And she's right. Like, she's right. There is some stuff that, because we still have stuff going on in the background, stuff that we haven't even shown you, and stuff that we're kind of going to get into. We're just getting the rest of this other episode done. But trust me. And there's some stuff, like stuff she was talking today, towards the end of the show. There's some stuff that we didn't even dig into. But yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. It's a bunch of bullshit. I don't understand. I don't know. I just when the United States Senate, that should already be a red flag to the people that. But let's see. Come on, February. It's the final vote, so hopefully they'll see all this stuff. But I don't think so. I don't think so. It's like they all protect each other. You know what I mean? So it's you saw how Demon Lady was acting when we were in J for Justice's live earlier. You saw how Demon Lady was acting. You saw Demon Lady was all about what she's about before Mr. Green even got there. You know, you saw how she was responding about questions when it came to the volleyball players and the over a dozen volleyball players went to the university about the coach, and you saw how she responded. That's why I call her a demon lady, because she may seem, you know, standing out front of 1122, she may seem all, oh, it's about closure. But then when you see she's getting asked questions she don't want to answer, then you see those ears start to fucking grow and they get all pointy and shit, and they start to come through her hair, and you see those eyes turn all red and shit, and you're like, yeah, you're fake as fuck from the beginning, lady. Go check out J for Justice's live from earlier. You'll see what I mean. What's up, Riddler? How you doing tonight? You'll see what I mean. It's ridiculous. She was down, proud to be 19, right? What's up, Mishy girl? She was, yeah, she was something else. What's up? What's up, Jordan? Thank you for hopping in from Chicago. Yeah, I know. I heard you guys' prayers. I heard you guys are getting like some ice storms or something coming up tonight or tomorrow, maybe. Maybe. Harsh said that? For real? I'm gonna have to check out that video. I haven't been on YouTube today. Document got added to Brian Koberger. Oh, is that what it is? Let me see. No, that's Brian Koberger. That was the first one I clicked on. That's Brian Koberger. That's Brian Koberger. I don't know. I don't know. Why would they, right? Wasn't sure. Hey. Rock on. What's up, AG? She talking about a fake post. Was talking about this. Oh, a fake post? Oh, thank you, Denise. Appreciate that. What's up, Judgmental? How you doing? Ready for baseball? I'm ready for warm weather. Shit. I'm tired of this damn cold. Yeah, why would they? Why would they, you know? Oh, prayers. I hope it helps. What's up, Aaliyah? Thank you, Aaliyah, and everybody thank Aaliyah. She got the president's book for the community, so shout out Aaliyah. Thank you so much. We're going to be finishing that up tonight. I'm going to be getting into that a little earlier. But like I said, the first part is on Saturday night's episode. The whole night, 6 hours, I know. Cram 2 shows into one and a little bit right here, but I'm telling you right now, the whole 6 hours. But towards the end of Saturday night's show was the first part. We're going to be starting on page 359 tonight and then reading the rest. And then after that, we'll be getting into new stuff. Yes, there's new docs. They just dropped as I went live. Usually they drop like, and it drives me nuts because usually they drop like 10 or 15 minutes before I go live. And then I get frustrated because I have to do a new thumbnail and I have to do all new titles for Twitter and Twitch and all these, YouTube. And then I got to put it all together. And then that, so it's like, man, but it's all the time. And tonight, because I always click refresh right before I go live. And yeah, right as I clicked refresh, I was like, you got to be shitting me. You didn't even give me 10 or 15 minutes, did you, Idaho? You gave me 0. So that's why I wasn't even live right when I was supposed to be live, because I was like, what do I do? Fuck it, let's just go live. We'll just change the title while I'm running the intro. What's up, Red? How you doing? Tonight into tomorrow? Prayers. Yeah, because I heard that stuff's bad. All the way down to Texas, too. Got it last night. Slid down. Ooh, be safe. I saw somebody ice skating. It's like, whoa. Ice skating. Yes, they are, right? I'm gonna have a Super Bowl. I got sick. I had that sickness again, and then after that, but yeah, we're gonna be hanging out for the Super Bowl for real. I'm not gonna be at the lounge for the Super Bowl. You're out of your damn mind. And I might even try and have the game on it, but flipped around, so that way we can kind of watch it and listen to it and all that good stuff. Ran a fake post that BK's defense team files them up. I don't see that. It's I'll show you guys in a second because we're gonna get into the documents. I don't see that document though. Is probably the biggest YouTuber who has convicted BK so far. I never saw your collab, but I'm interested in the outcome. Oh, we've never had a collab. I would love. That's why I always say like. Because I love her. Like I was watching her before I even started a YouTube show. She was one of them that I watched. And yeah, during this case, as I've kind of grown into my own channel the last year and kind of dug into it on my own mind with, our own community. That's why like a lot of the times I'll always say like, we don't always agree. But I love her, We don't always agree, and we don't. We never have. But you know what? I would love to. Like, I don't even care what time it is or what day it is. Like, anytime that she wants to, I am down for real. Because I love her show. She's got, it's not only about the facts, right? And that's why some people struggle to understand maybe. I'm not even the biggest person out there, right? I'm only at 4.5. There's people that are a bigger channel than me that are like struggling with like understanding how they can get more views and more contributions and all this other stuff. And then they just get frustrated and quit. And then it's like, you got to understand, like, there's a reason why And it just takes time. That's all it is. It's not an overnight thing, maybe to some people because they kind of blew up real quick. Mine has been a gradual thing. Even though I'm at 4.5 after a year, it's been a gradual thing. I mean, hell, a year ago to this day, I think I only had 450 subs. Like, I don't know if anybody remember back 450, maybe 500, you know? But that's why we work so hard. That's why I don't really have much free time outside of the show, outside of being live and working and, like researching and making sure that I don't put dumb shit out there. Making sure that I don't include dumb shit to the community. Just like it's a lot of work. So you got to have a personality too. Cuz anybody can just get on YouTube and present facts. You can go to the damn local news, But you also have to have a personality. And that's one of the biggest things with J is for Justice is even if you don't agree, you go for the personality too. Because it's about respect, it's about peace, it's about positivity. Because, like I said, even if you go there and you don't agree, you still go there and you have an enjoyable time, even with the host. And that's the difference between putting facts out there and then putting facts out there in a way that it makes everybody feel that way. Because you could even see, like, there was a couple trolls that popped in there and she's not about that shit either. You know what I'm saying? And so when it comes to this show, and I don't know why CJ blocked me. Well, yo, just because I'm just this big right now, and she's like, look, she does the same shit. It's about the same kind of atmosphere, So anytime is a good time whenever she would want to get it together. I love her. The Lions are the bomb. Yeah, that was a bunch of it's always like that. Chiefs too. Yeah. Crazy, huh? I haven't looked into that one, Jordan. But I was thinking about having for tomorrow having like a daytime true crime show where I kind of cover a bunch of the other cases. And that was probably one I was going to something like he was still there too. I haven't really checked into it. I know I've been saving stuff for it for when I do discuss it, but I have not checked into it, right? Like he was in there and she has a good show, but I feel well, I mean, yeah, I mean she does. But we all, you know what I mean? Like who knows? BK could be guilty as shit. That's what the trial's for. Now we're discussing other things. I mean, this is one thing I don't understand is how the DNA dirty glove is not more of a topic. For real. Like how can not I mean if anybody wants it, I'll send the footage. Inquisitor, YouTube, and then we can take, I can give you the Twitter for the video of the inside, It's crazy. I don't understand it. When you see that kind of contamination taking place outside. And then, like, we watched these other shows on the last show about questionable evidence, right? Questionable evidence when it came to the Scott Peterson show yesterday. And they said if you can't trust the evidence and the contamination before, or OJ, it was the OJ case. Sorry, the OJ members only that we did yesterday morning. It was the OJ case where they said Cochran is saying if you can't trust the evidence before they're even in the crime scene, how can you trust the evidence inside the crime scene? It's the same thing. Them gloves, man. All right, we'll be right back. We're going to get into those documents, and then I'm going to show you a couple things. The Kibby Dome was made out of wood, y'all. Out of wood. The hell? All right, now we're ready. New documents. So yeah, the 19th, there was nothing about anybody withdrawing from anything. So 122, that was just today. It's crazy because usually it's a couple day delay, but it's not for this one. What's up, Sudi? Ticket number 40 something. We're past 50. Yeah, I'm gonna be you know what? I'm tired. It's been almost 2 weeks. They were supposed to be over here a week ago working on my side, which I don't understand why they didn't work on mine first, because I'm actually living here. Now it's been a week past when they were supposed to be here. And how many day shows have I done? 2? I think 2, 3, something like that. So I apologize tomorrow if there's a lot of frickin' noise going on, because for some reason everything that's going on over there just, it's like there's nothing in between these walls anymore or something. I don't know. But I apologize tomorrow, but I'm tired of it. We're going to be doing a live. All right. So the first one is amended motion to temporarily seal state's memorandum. Amended motion to temporarily seal state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to unseal hearing. Says comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully requests that this court seal its memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to unseal, as it addresses substantive matters of the grand jury exempt from disclosure under Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 and the Idaho to Criminal Rules. Seal it! Seal it! Oh. And this was just on the 19th. This is before. It says objects to defendant's motion to unseal. In support of its objection, the state has submitted a memorandum objecting to defendant's motion. The state has filed the memorandum under seal as it addresses substantive matters of the grand jury exempt from disclosure under Idaho. I'm sorry, what? Can you say that again on the 22nd? What the fuck? Copy and paste. That's why I read that and I'm like, wait a minute, didn't I just read this like a couple days ago? Amended order temporarily sealing state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to unseal pending hearing. Based upon the state's motion to seal memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to unseal, filed hereon and no objection from defense counsel, the court does hereby confirm in order that the state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to unseal exempt from disclosure and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, G1 for the reasons stated in the said motion, and until a hearing can be held on the matter. What? It's not even the 23rd. What? What? Hold on a minute. What the hell is this, you guys? When have you ever seen this? Oh, shit. I don't know if this qualifies as a freeze, you guys. I don't know if it qualifies as a freeze. If it does. When is a court document written for... what? What the... yeah, you got the date wrong. It's a court document, though. Don't you go, look at your watch? Oh, you gotta have a calendar somewhere. Especially when you're signing a frickin' court paper. Only in Idaho. Oh, what's up, Cricket Moon? Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. I know, but still. Of course. What's the other reason? Other than he got the date wrong. It's pretty damn clear he got the date wrong. But this is a court document. This isn't a fucking tip for a freaking delivery or something from FedEx. You know? This isn't FedEx showing up. This is a damn court document. I doubt it. I doubt it, Mary. I doubt it. But still. What? What if I put the wrong title in the YouTube description? A double check. Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't drop your phone. Don't drop your phone. Seal up those pesky mistakes. Thank you, collateral damage. Oh, hell no. This is. Come on, man. Yeah, they got when in Rome. Now it's in Idaho. That's what it is. Anytime something in Idaho takes place. What the fuck? Temporary temporary order sealing state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal pending hearing. Did he sign? Hold on. Hold on. Let me look at this other one real quick. I gotta see these. Yeah. All the other dates are right. All the other dates are right. Oh boy. But based upon the state's motion to seal, state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal filed hereon, and no objection from defense counsel, the court does hereby confirm and order that the state's memorandum in support of its objection to defendant's motion to seal, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 for the reasons stated in said motion, and until a hearing can be held on the matter. But this one was so ordered on the 19th. Boom. I just have to. Oh, thank you, Ann. Which one? OJ or the OJ or the Scott Peterson? What's up, Crystal? That is true. They'd make you redo it. Only in Idaho. But he's the judge. Yeah, I mean, it's an honest mistake, you know. It's just a day later. But still. You ain't got a date on that watch? Your phone has a date. I mean, that's what I do when I need to check the date. I just click the button on my phone to highlight it, you know, from sleep, and then it just says the date and the time. No, I haven't. I'm gonna be shooting to do a damn daytime show tomorrow. It's been 2 weeks pretty much. Been waiting on next door to they must be rebuilding the whole frickin' inside or something. I don't know. But it's damn loud, and I couldn't concentrate the first couple days. I couldn't even concentrate. And then they said they were supposed to be here a week ago today, and it's been a week. So I think all last week I didn't do a show during the day just because it was crazy noisy. The desk would even shake. But tomorrow I'm just about to say fuck it, and I'm just going to do a daytime show. So that will be one of them, because it's going to be a daytime true crime where we cover all the different cases that are hot on the press right now. And any kind of, you know, breaking news, cop chases, things like that. Whatever happens, you know. Those are the daytime true crime and the nighttime true crime shows are the ones I'm always hitting the live feed on YouTube too, because I want to see. Is there a minivan trying to outrun 50 deputies? Thank you so much, Judgmental Contribution Call Out, for becoming a member. Appreciate that very much. All of your shows, but Peterson, yeah. Yeah, I'll be doing be covering different ones tomorrow. I plan on it. Unless they are here tomorrow to start working on my shit, which they're supposed to give me at least a day notice, but they haven't been giving me a notice for shit. I'm gonna be live tomorrow morning, daytime, true crime, covering all the different cases that are out there. Breaking news. Very true, Pamela. And also, there was a city that was claimed to be in Idaho, but really is in Washington, that Koberger drove back through. There's streets that aren't streets. There's roads that aren't roads. There's mistakes all over that PCA. There's a ton of them. The leaf blower. You know what's been crazy lately is I've been seeing people not shovel, but just using leaf blowers now. I was like, when did that become a thing? Everybody using leaf blowers now instead of shovels. Huh. I hope. Because I'm tired of not... I've only had like 3 day shows in the last 2 weeks, and I'm used to being on during the daytime too. I know the daytime crowd's been missing out. I wonder if they even think that maybe I quit doing shows in the daytime, you know? Yeah, but we ain't gonna hear shit. Not even tweets. And like I was saying, the reporters are already gonna feel censored even when they walk outside of that door, because they don't want to be the first. The judge is going to make it. Watch. The judge is going to make an example. There's 2 things I'm calling out right now. Judge is going to make an example of a reporter and boot him for good for saying one thing he didn't agree with, right? Judge is going to do that, make an example. It's not going to be an all-star. It's not going to be a starter. It's going to be a role player, a bench player. It's going to be one of those, and he's going to fucking use them as an example to the rest of the media. You better not be saying shit that I'm not wanting you to say, right? Because he's controlling the shit in the courthouse. Number 2, we're calling it again. With all this shit that's we're digging into about the university and how this deal with the Phoenix online is going to be done next month. I'm calling it within 2 years. The university is going to be under an investigation within 2 years. The reason I say 2 years is because the acquisition still needs to take place. There's other things that have been going on before that acquisition. The money flow is crazy, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Then you have the amplitude or amplification of this Phoenix deal, and then they need at least a year to a year and a half. And once they got those books, because this University of Phoenix deal is gonna be the top of the fucking mountain. Because the United States Senate already reached out to him. They already reached out to him. And watch. Because they've already called it. We've called it. Now you need a year to a year and a half to watch them dig themselves in the ground. Because that's what's going to happen. So, the beginning of 2026, by then, I bet you that university is going to be under investigation when it comes to the financial practices. But Mr. Green's already going to be retired by then. So there's going to be a lot of plausible deniability. So you're not going to get it all, but you'll get most of it. What's up, Ticket 58 Nevada? Thank you for hopping in. I'm just saying. Within 2 years. That's just how I feel. Thank you, Crime Solver. Hold on. Contribution call out. Super chat. It's Marty McFly with JJJ Back to the Future. Gotta get back in time, right? I love that movie. I love the whole series. What's your guy? Type in chat if you like Back to the Future. Tell me which one's your favorite. My favorite is number 3. Number 3. I love it. It really shows me with YouTubers who do little prep before their program. Ticket 13. Yeah, I'm doing prep all damn day. But I don't mind being that busy because my mind loves being busy. University of Phoenix going to have their commencements at home. Yep. There you go. There you go. Ain't it crazy? And then they can lease, like, then Saturday they can lease their damn land to Home Depot too. Like what? Everybody's mad. We're still going to be loyal customers of the local hardware store. My ass, dude. Your wife's going to send you to get fluorescent light bulbs and you're going to go to fucking Home Depot because it's on the university's property, you sack of shit. Ticket 63. What's up, baby? Wow, you guys like 1 and 2, huh? The original? I mean, yeah, the original's always, it's got a special place right here. Oh, wow. I bet that was sweet to see it in the theater. With all the movies that they were like doing before when they would play the old ones. I know, me too, Mary. I've always wanted a DeLorean and a Dodge Viper. But you know how like they're playing them? Well, I wish they would. Maybe they just didn't hear, but I wish they would have did Back to the Future at the movie theater again. That'd be sweet to see it in the theater. All right, so those were the new docs. Now I'm going to show you guys a couple things. Did you guys know the Kibby Dome was made out of wood? I didn't until a couple days ago.
We are smack in the middle of college football season. Here's some numbers for you. The Boise State Broncos are 2-3. The Idaho Vandals are 0-4. And to add insult to all of this, yesterday ESPN called the Kibby Dome at the University of Idaho college football's weirdest stadium.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Broncos.
Yeah. ESPN called the Kibby Dome the weirdest stadium. Okay, breaking news again.
Well, we are smack in the middle of college football season. Here's some numbers for you. The Boise State Broncos are 2-3. The
Isn't it crazy?
0-4. And to add insult to all of this, yesterday ESPN called the Kibby Dome at the University of Idaho college football's weirdest stadium. Okay.
Damn, he seems a little salty, don't he? He seems a little salty, don't he? Oh, hold on. I gotta show the saltiness just a little more. Hold on. Breaking news, everybody.
Well, we are smack in the middle of college football season. Here's some numbers for you. The Boise State Broncos are 2-3. The Idaho Vandals are 0-4. And to add insult to all of this, yesterday ESPN called the Kibby Dome at the University of Idaho college football's weirdest stadium. Okay. Well, Broncos fans may agree.
Yeah, bro. You know why they call it the weirdest stadium? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be dead honest with you. I never really looked before my trip to Idaho, okay? I'm dead serious. Before my trip to Idaho, I never really studied the Kibby Dome, right? We always studied 1122, Walenta, Steptoe, the PCA route, you know. So when I first got into town, the first time, and I drove through, and when I just put in 1122, right? Because I wanted to see what's the quickest, and I could go through my footage. We'll do it later after I do the read through. But when I got into town, I put in 1122 King Road, and I wanted to see the quickest way it took me from Steptoe to the property. What's Google telling me? What's Google telling me the quickest way is? So right when you'll see me driving, and I'm going on 270, and you go past the first stoplight, you can't turn right because there is no road to the right. There's only a left to go to Walmart, and then you can keep going. And on the next stoplight is the first road that you can turn right on. And that's the first road that you get to when you come to the University of Idaho. So, I'm being dead serious. So when I turn right and I'm going along and I'm going next to this building here, I didn't realize at first that that's where, because it was a new surrounding, the elevations, it was crazy. It threw you off right off the bat, how crunched it is. So when I came across this, I was like, man, is that where they put all the salt? like for real, is that where they put all the salt? Because anytime you go, like for real, anytime you go, and I'm going to ask anybody that deals with a lot of snow and has salt and frickin' salt and sand that your cities might store, not that it's this huge, right? But that there's a facility like this that houses the salt and the sand during snowstorms. So to me, when I got to Idaho, and I'm being fucking real with you, when I got to Idaho, I was like, oh, damn, that must be where they put the salt. And the reason that it's that big in my head was, well, I'm all the way up by Canada, so maybe they need that much salt. Yes, sir. I know why ESPN says it's the weirdest stadium. It is. And then when I found out just recently that it was made out of wood, I was like, what?
The Boise State Broncos are 2-3. The Idaho Vandals are 0-4. And to add insult to all of this, yesterday ESPN called the Kibby Dome at the University of Idaho college football's weirdest stadium. Okay, well, Bronco fans may agree, but for the Vandals, it's not weird. It's home. And it's been home for almost 50 years. On October 9th, 1971, the first Vandal football game was played in the Kibby Dome, which technically wasn't a dome yet.
Telling you, every show, y'all. Every show. Enjoy.
The Palouse Pea Palace, the Valhalla, the Hap Moody Dome.
What?
All names the University of Idaho considered for its state-of-the-art football stadium.
Listen to those names again, you guys.
The Palouse Pea Palace, the Valhalla, the Hap Moody Dome. All names the University of Idaho considered for its state-of-the-art football stadium back in 1975. But as we all know, money talks. So after William Kibby, a student who attended the University of Idaho for just a few weeks in 1936, well, when he donated $300,000 to its construction...
Just a few... Just a few weeks? So... Oh my gosh, he was like one of the first graduate class, one of the 4 people, right? They got this huge building. And how do you become a college before your state becomes a state? How does that happen?
Money talks. So after William Kibby, a student who attended the University of Idaho for just a few weeks in 1936, well, when he donated $300,000 to its construction, the Kibby Dome was born. But that facility wouldn't even begin to take shape until 1971. Well before that, the Vandals actually played outside at Neal Stadium, which opened in 1937. Named after University of Idaho president Mervyn Neal, it was where Vandal great Jerry Kramer would go on to play for the Green Bay Packers and win Super Bowls 1 and 2. That's where Kramer played his college football. And for nearly 3 decades, it was used for Vandal football, and later it was the home site for the Vandal track team. It featured wooden bleachers and wooden scoreboard, so I'm guessing aerial fireworks weren't a big feature on game day. A few years after Kramer graduated, in 1958, ideas to build...
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is fucking nuts. This is
a new stadium started to surface as Neal Stadium began to crumble like a cookie. In 1968, it was actually...
That's crumbling? No, it means you're not keeping up on the fucking maintenance. What do you mean it's crumbling? That wood looks damn good. I'm telling you right now, I guarantee you Habitat for Humanity would love to have pieces of wood like that. Come on now, look at that. Nice straight edges. You don't see any rotting to it. You got some decorative knots going all the way through it. I think it looks pretty cool. I don't see nothing crumbling.
Condemned because of soil erosion. Underneath the grandstands, things didn't look good. The whole thing, though...
It was condemned because of soil erosion? Oh my gosh, they were about the dramatics all the way in the beginning, weren't they? They were about the dramatics all the way in the beginning. University. We need a university. Why? Why do we need one up there? Because they're going to take the panhandle. Washington State is trying to take the land from us. Washington State and Montana? Yes, Montana too. Montana and Washington State want to take our panhandle. Unless we have a college up there. We need to get a college up there, ASA. It's all about the dramatics.
Was ultimately destroyed by a fire in 1969.
Another fucking fire? Oh, hell no. Remember when we brought up Saturday night? Remember we went into some shit and there was a fire at the original administrative building. We showed the pictures. Oh, hell no. Now this caught on fire too? Are you serious?
And things didn't look good. The whole thing, though, was ultimately destroyed by a fire in 1969.
Another
fucking infrastructure
fire?
Is not a great match with fire. So the Vandals actually used Washington State.
Where are all these? Shout out Chuck Woolery. 2. Where's the other 2? There's got to be 2 more.
States Field as their own home field for the time being. It was around that time
Hell
that rumors
no.
swirled of a possible joint stadium between the University of Idaho and Washington State, whose campuses are just 6 miles and 1 border apart from each other.
What the
As you may already know, those rumors would forever just be that, rumors. And construction did begin on the Vandal Kibby Dome in 1971. The original design called for 20 to 30,000 seats, but the whole thing was eventually scaled down to 16,000. Stage 1 opened on October.
That's all that can fit in there is 16,000 people? For real? That's crazy. Look at all that fucking wood, man. And you couldn't get it. Listen, and this is what I was saying from a long time ago. To say that they couldn't have got some kind of cheap, I mean, hell, the university has its own fucking logging fucking experiment and program going on with experimental wood. You're not telling me that you couldn't have had the university get some experimental wood to replace the fucking floorboards and the walls in 1122 to recreate the acoustics for the jury members. Look at how much wood was used to build this thing. That's crazy.
October 9th, 1971, as just a concrete and grass stadium with press boxes and grandstands. Stage 2, completed in 1972, included artificial turf. And in 1974, the 400-foot barrel arch roof made of beams of laminated wood on tubular-shaped steel.
So there was more hold on, what? So stage...
You know, those rumors would forever just be that, rumors. And construction did begin on the Vandal Kibby Dome in 1971. The original design called for 20 to 30,000 seats, but the whole thing was eventually scaled down to 16,000. Stage 1 opened on October 9th, 1971, as just a concrete and grass stadium with press boxes and grandstands. Stage 2, completed in 1972, included artificial turf. And in 1974, the 400-foot barrel arch roof made of beams of laminated wood on tubular-shaped steel was installed.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what the hell. I didn't know snow always fell straight down. What? Yeah, memory. It's built like a damn hangar. I didn't know that snow fell straight down. So what was the... I don't understand what the point of building it was. I don't understand what building this would... I thought it was a dome right off the bat. It was like, this was the original design. Oh my gosh, I hope they do better on the Memorial Garden than they did on the Kibby Dome.
And in 1974, the 400-foot barrel arch roof made of beams of laminated wood on tubular-shaped steel was installed, along with vertical end walls. All of it, of course, totally tubular. From turf to roof, it stands 144 feet tall, or about 12 stories, which is about half of the full Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, it used to... Like, that looks like a hangar that would store the Goodyear blimp in Akron. That's like a Goodyear blimp hangar.
In New York City. And those end walls were littered with yellow and brown dots, which represented the computer-generated fight song. That was eventually replaced in 2011 with the state-of-the...
The computer-generated fight song? What the
rated fight song. That was eventually replaced in 2011 with the state-of-the-art light-transmitting panels. In 1975, the 93,000 square foot enclosed stadium opened to the public. In all, the total cost was over $12 million.
Wow.
Despite its behind-the-back nicknames like the airplane hangar, the giant sideways beer can, it earned the
outstanding... The giant sideways beer can. Oh, hell no. The airplane hangar, the giant sideways beer can. That is hilarious.
Despite its behind-the-back nicknames like the airplane hangar, the giant sideways beer can, it earned the Outstanding Structural Engineering Achievement Award in 1976. And for vandals in the state of Idaho, it always will.
It earned a what award? Hold on, what?
Outstanding Structural Engineering Achievement Award in 1976.
By who?
And for vandals in the state of Idaho.
By who? Who gave them this award? It's a sideways beer can.
Engineering Achievement Award in 1970.
An engineering award for a sideways beer can? For a frickin' hangar? Wow. Man, that's a... Who gave them that award? For real. That ain't... Come on now.
6. And for vandals in the state of Idaho, it always will be Home Sweet Dome.
Home Sweet Dome.
Home Sweet Dome. Since it was completed, the Kibby Dome has undergone several renovations, like expanded locker rooms and training rooms. The original turf, which was called Magic Carpet, because it was certainly magic, it was replaced with the AstroTurf in 2007. And good news for Vandal fans, The University of Idaho will soon have another state-of-the-art facility right next door. Take a look at this. The $51 million ICCU Arena is just north of the Kibby Dome. It broke ground back in 2019, and the one-of-a-kind wood structure highlights Idaho's wood products industry. How about this? All the lumber used in construction was actually cut and harvested in the state of Idaho. The arena features 4,000 seats and will be the new home for the Vandal basketball programs beginning this season. So go check it out.
Wow, that was in October 2021. Yeah, like I said, I just came across this video just a couple days ago. That's crazy. They're so broke. They're so broke. So broke. It's ridiculous. All right, I want to say shout out Caddy. And I think I need to make a new segment for all the work that Caddy does for the show. I think I might do like a segment called Caddy's Corner. And we just kind of cover a bunch of the stuff that she sends too. So this is also breaking news, y'all. From just a few days ago. And that headline right there says, we're paying the University of Idaho for Phoenix-related records. And here's why. So here's the link to this article if you'd like to have it. Ain't that some bullshit? I've been saying this shit for months. It's crazy. Everybody's starting to dig into this shit now, and they're starting to see what we were saying. Like, yo, this shit is fucked up. And the community is the one that's going to be paying the bills. The people that you see on any of these videos when it comes to being pro about this, it's like they don't care about their grandchildren if they're going to have grandchildren. Come on, because if you were caring about your potential grandchildren or grandchildren that you already have, you know they're the ones that are going to be paying this shit. And you're all like, yeah, let's do it. When the United States Senate is sending the president of the university a letter trying to warn them about the scam of this shit. Yeah, let's vote it in. Everybody's too afraid to be the one to vote against the flow. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when you elect people to do their jobs in your communities and they do the jobs of somebody else's interest that doesn't have the community's interest at its heart. It's messed up. Sent me a nugget on IG. Alrighty. Let me know in chat what it is. I'm going to read this article here real quick. Again, it says, we're paying the U of I for Phoenix-related records. Here's why. By Kevin Richert, 1/17/2024. At Idaho Education News, we adamantly believe the public shouldn't have to pay for public records, especially when those records pertain to public spending. But this time we've decided to pay reluctantly and selectively. As you might recall, we've been going back and forth with the University of Idaho for months on public records requests and the U of I's attempts to bill Ed News. Bear in mind, the U of I does not have to send us an invoice. State law allows public agencies to bill for labor costs exceeding 2 hours, but state agencies aren't required to do this, and many don't. Here's where we stand with the U of I. Phoenix-related invoices. Ed News has asked the University of Idaho for all invoices related to the proposed purchase of the University of Phoenix. On January 10th, the U of I said it would cost $88.65 just to complete these bills. Once you have paid the estimate and we have identified and gathered the responsive documents and better understand the volume of records that would need to be reviewed, we will be able to provide you with a further estimate for us to review the responsive records, Carl Klein of the U of I's Office of General Counsel wrote. Emails to and from legislators. On January 8th, Ed News requested emails, texts, and other written communications with legislators. We narrowed the request to the two agencies most likely to have newsworthy contact with elected lawmakers, President C. Scott Green's office, and the Office of Government Affairs. The University of Idaho said it would need to review a whopping 1,374 potentially responsive records at a cost of $815.01. Project Neptune. Since November, we have been requesting emails, text, and other public records containing the words Project Neptune, a code name for Phoenix. When we requested records from four departments, Green's office, the Provost's office, the Office of General Counsel, and the Division of Finance and Administration, we received a $2,370.95 invoice. We narrowed this request to Green's office and received $344.23 invoice, and that's just the cost to review all the emails to determine their size, including the number of pages and any attachments, Klein wrote. Here again, the actual bill for the records could prove to be higher. On Wednesday, Ed News paid $88.65 for the Phoenix-related invoices. We still believe the emails and the Project Neptune departments are in the public interest. We continue to oppose the U of I's billing practices which dissuade public records requests. But we also don't like the idea of walking away just because we're hitting some resistance. The runs counter to the tenets of watchdog journalism, reporting that holds public agencies accountable to the public. We believe that the Phoenix invoices could give us and Idahoans some insight into the behind-the-scenes cost of the proposed now it's $685 million, not $550. Is that because there's another $134 million settlement coming? $135 million settlement. Watch. Because it went from 550 just recently, now it's 685. I bet there's another lawsuit coming. That's interesting. Why another $135 million added onto it from just recently? That doesn't make sense, other than another lawsuit coming. Even though U of I officials insist Phoenix will be a moneymaker, the public still has a right to follow the dollars. The public has a right to know who's already making money on this transaction. We're committed to telling that story, even if we have to spend some of our own money to chase it. And this is the senior reporter. Now, do you guys remember, and I even sent it out to Jay for Justice. You guys remember the Idaho Statesman, where that guy sat down there with that lady, and he was the one that was spitting all this stuff about the stuff that they don't know and how it seems promising. Ticket number 71. Thank you, Steve. How it seems promising, and it's the same guy right here. It's the same guy. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me get to my folder here and I'll share that with you because it's very interesting. Let me see here. Actually, for those of you that haven't seen it, it's just a short video. We'll play it real quick. Then we'll get into reading the rest of the final chapter. And then we'll get into some of this other stuff tonight, too. Let me see. I know. There it is. So again, this Kevin Richert. So you see him right here. He's actually opposing it now. So that's cool. They're saying we're committed to telling that story even if we have to spend some of our own money to chase it. So shout out him. So maybe he was just trying to trust that they were doing the right thing and he had questions. And I still believe he was looking at the camera during this interview in weird spots because he knew somebody was going to get upset from what he was saying. So this is the video from that gentleman. This is from 8 months ago. This was from May 19th. Okay. So, and it says on Wednesday news broke. So this is only a couple days after everything broke. That's why he seems so shocked. And he wrote this right here. We're paying the U of I. This is 8 months later from this individual right here that we're going to watch on this interview. Now, this is when it just broke. When it just broke.
It was a big week for education with 18 school.
You see all the questions he has now. I bet you he's asking the same questions we were asking when we first watched this video back in November.
Bonds and levies on the ballot across 16 school districts around the state. We'll get to those results in a bit, but first on Wednesday, news broke that the University of Idaho has been in talks for months to acquire the University of Phoenix for $550 million.
And they just found out about it because there was a non-disclosure agreement 2 days before a vote needed to be taken place on whether to do the deal or not, and they only had 90 minutes to get together. And you'll hear him say all of these things right here. Again, this was from May 19th. So we read the article from him a couple days ago. They're going to spend their own money if they need to get down to the bottom of it. This was when the news broke, and you can hear all the shadiness in his answers because all of these answers are the same answers that the university told everybody just a couple days before this was taking place.
On Thursday, just 1 day after that news became public, the State Board of Education unanimously approved a request from UI to form a nonprofit that would handle that acquisition. Here to discuss is Kevin Richert of Idaho Education News. Kevin, it's been quite a week.
It really has.
He's like, huh? Well, and then listen, it's been quite a week. Yeah. I bet.
It was a big week for education with 18 school bonds and levies on the ballot across
Here's a link to the
school
video
districts
so you can
around
have
the
it.
State. We'll get to those results in a bit, but first on Wednesday, news broke.
You know what? I wonder. You know what? Look at this. Right here. I'm following him right now. Here's his Twitter. We're going to share his links here. Let's get this guy on the Evil CJ show. Let's get this guy on the Evil CJ show. Yeah, it's the same dude that wrote that article. Do me a favor. Go to Twitter. Tag him. Tag me. We need to see you on Evil CJ's show because we totally agree and we want to promote what you're promoting, sir. So there you go.
that the University
I'm
of
so glad
Idaho has
because when we watched this back in November, I was like, man, this guy's like gonna be in on it or something because he's being all shady. He's looking at the camera weird when he's answering questions that would get him in trouble. But no, this dude wants the truth. I wish I would have reached out a long time ago. I'm gonna try and reach out to him personally. I don't want to, but if you guys want to go tag him, tag him. Let's get him on the show. Let's talk about this deal. Let's do it.
in talks for months to acquire the University of Phoenix for $550 million. On Thursday, just one day after that news became public, the State Board of Education unanimously approved a request from UI to form a nonprofit that would handle that acquisition. Here to discuss is Kevin Richert of Idaho Education News. Kevin, it's been quite a week.
It really has been. And this news about U of I and University of Phoenix came from out of nowhere. And we're just now starting to come to grips with the enormity of this transaction. This is a $550 million purchase. It involves $685 million of bonding to cover everything. That is about as much as we're going to spend as a state on the four-year colleges and universities in 2023-24. It is a staggering amount of money. And it is a process that has unfolded in rapid fire over the past 48 hours.
You touched on this briefly, but this money isn't coming from just cash on hand that the university has. This is from bonds that the nonprofit will acquire.
Right. The separate entity, the nonprofit New U, would be doing the bonding to acquire the project, to acquire University of Phoenix. And
you see how he looked when he said the New U?
Universities in 2023-24. It is a staggering amount of money. And it is a process that has unfolded in rapid fire over the past 48 hours.
Yeah, rapid fire over the last 2 frickin' days. So he's talking right after the vote took place. And he's just going off of what they were, the Christmas stocking full of crumpled up paper.
You touched on this briefly, but
just watch his eyes when he's answering these
coming
questions.
From just cash on hand that the university has. This is
look at him. Look at him.
Will acquire.
Right. The separate entity,
Hold on 1 second. I gotta zoom this shit in so you guys can see it full screen, and I need to move my ass over here. Hold on. You guys gotta see his eyes. It's telling. Just the body movement. We were watching body movement shit last night with Scott Peterson. Focus on it's a shock to him. I'm glad that he's gonna do it, man. I'd like to get him on for
Phoenix came from out of nowhere.
Let's get this shit.
Let's get it starting to come to grips with.
Let's get this shit closed, man.
Transaction. This is a $550 million purchase. It involves $685 million of bonding to cover everything. That is about as much as we're going to spend as a state on the four-year colleges and universities.
That is a weird button. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to look. Where the hell did it go? Hold on. I got to do it again. I don't know where it went. Where the fuck is it going? There it is. All right, so here's the button. Drives me nuts it takes that long to do this. I don't know. What is that? I don't know. What is that? That'd be crazy. I don't know. Was that like a Batman? I don't know. It's like green skin and a purple background or something. So there it is zoomed back. Yeah, I don't know. So there it is zoom. I'll zoom it back farther. There it is zoomed back. Zoom in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that button is. Not sure.
That is about as much as we're going to spend as a state on the four-year colleges and universities in 2023, 24. It is a staggering amount of money, and it is a process that is unfolded in rapid fire over the past 48 hours.
You
look at his eyes.
briefly,
Watch his eyes.
Money isn't coming from just cash on hand. That the
Here's a link
university
to this video.
This is from bonds.
Look at his
the
eyes,
nonprofit
man.
Will acquire.
Right. The separate entity, the nonprofit New You, would be doing the bonding to acquire the project, to acquire University of Phoenix. And the University of Idaho has been careful to say that there's no taxpayer money involved in the bonding. There is some financial risk, though, for the university.
Let's talk a little bit about that financial risk. What does it look like, and how do we get there? What's the path to see that risk?
The path would come if New U was unable to make its payments to cover the purchase of University of Phoenix. At that
Look
point,
at his eyes,
the
man.
university would step in to the tune of up to $10 million per year to backstop those payments. Now, that is a fail-safe, and it's not immediately clear to me exactly where within the university's budget that's going to come, if that were to come to pass.
There are a lot of things that aren't clear.
There's a lot we're still trying to sort out here.
One of the questions that I had was, New U.
It's so awesome he's gonna.
That was.
It's so awesome he's gonna. Man, that's so awesome. I just need to reach out to him anyway and just say thanks for all your hard work, because man, it sounds like they're fed up too. And I want to try and help in any way I can. I've been wanting to try and help in any way I can. I've been talking about it multiple times the last few months. Asking others, discuss it. Because it's getting close. That vote is just a couple away. Oh, look at that. Hold on 1 second. Contribution call out to a PD White Rump with a 99 super sticker with the smiley emoji in the green eyes, just like it's all about the Greenjamins baby's eyes. Ain't that crazy? Thank you. Appreciate that, Wapiti. Just look at his eyes, man.
The university is forming to handle their bonding with state.
I'm glad he's
Correct.
I'm glad he's
How can it do that
fighting hard,
and
man.
taxpayers not be on the hook?
That's a really good question. I mean,
Need
I
to
think
reach
there's a
out to him.
lot of governance questions. There's a lot of process questions that we're trying to sort out. And really,
Kevin.
what we had on Thursday, the state board met for 90 minutes before voting unanimously to give the U of I the go-ahead to proceed on this purchase. There were a lot of nitty-gritty questions that were being asked in that meeting, to be fair, but a lot of it was focused on the money flow. How is the University of Idaho going to make money off of this deal? And we really haven't talked about that yet. How would that backstop, that $10 million fail-safe kick in? That was really the focus of the meeting. These process questions, these governance questions are still, still questions we need to sort out.
One more question on the governance
Sure.
issue. So the two universities will operate independently. They'll have separate leadership and presidents. But this separate
Look at his
nonprofit
eyes,
entity,
man.
It's still connected to the University of Idaho, to be clear. I mean, its address is the Kibby Dome in Moscow.
Right, and the individual heading the new U board at this point appears to be the counsel for the university. So the connections between new U and U of I are pretty clear.
At Thursday's meeting, one of the board members touched on this, but University of Phoenix doesn't have the best reputation nationally and hasn't.
Look at his eyes. Yeah, he knows what's coming. And then also, listen to what he just said again.
Independently, they'll have separate leadership and presidents.
They're saying the whole, look at his eyes again. They're continuing to say, the university's continuing to say, guess what? You guys don't have to worry about all that negative stuff. You guys don't have to worry about all that negative stuff about the University of Phoenix online. We're not, what's up, Jackie, Ticket 75? They're saying we have no connection. And she was like, so how can you say there's no connection? How can you say there's no connection? The address is the Kibby Dome. And then what he just says here, well, it's obvious, the connection. It's obvious.
But this separate nonprofit entity, New U, it's still connected to the University of Idaho, to be clear. I mean, its address is the Kibby Dome in Moscow.
Right, and the individual heading the new U board at this point appears to be the counsel for the university. So the connections between new U and U of I are pretty clear.
At Thursday's meeting, one of the board members touched on this, but University of Phoenix doesn't have the best reputation nationally and hasn't for some time.
Look at his
Even
eyes.
if UI isn't financially on the hook for these issues, what's the potential hit to UI's reputation here when it acquires this for-profit entity?
We don't know.
That's something that the U of I is really going to have to
We
work on.
simply
I think
don't
the
know.
messaging and the framing of this merger, let's call it a merger for lack of a better word, that's going to be something that the U of I is going to have to deal with. Now, Scott Green, the president of the U of I, talked about the reputational issues on Thursday.
What's
He
up, Liam's mom?
acknowledged that University of Phoenix has had problems in the past. He insists that this new team that really wants to go the nonprofit route, really wants to get back to...
Yeah. Mr. Green said that the University of Phoenix Online reached out to them because they needed help becoming a nonprofit. But then later on in the interview we watched Saturday, The Cup of Joe, later on, he then says that the University of Phoenix isn't going to have anything to do with anything once they get the merger. How does that make sense? We need your help to become a nonprofit so then you can take over and we... Like, how does that make sense?
Nonprofit education, student-centric service. He thinks that they're wanting to turn the page as much as the U of I wants to partner with an online vendor. So we'll see. But, if you watch social media over the past couple of days, everybody has a wisecrack about this merger and about the University of Phoenix. And
yeah, because there was a non-disclosure agreement for that whole for months until 2 days before. He knows what's up. He's just trying to trust that because remember, this was recorded May 19th, 2023. If you're just getting in, we just read an article from him from just a couple days ago that says we're paying the University of Idaho for Phoenix related records. Here's why. And it goes through the shadiness of what they're trying to do.
Fair or unfair, that's something the U of I is going to have to combat over the next few months or years.
I think the least negative reaction I saw was, well, that's weird. Most of the reaction that I have seen, and I went to the university. I still have, so many friends and connections there, and there was a lot of frustration with how this happened secretly. The University of Phoenix compelled University of Idaho to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Right.
So these talks have been going on for months, even though we have only known about it for 48 hours.
Right. We had the 3 executive sessions involving the State Board of Education dating back to March.
And then the University of Idaho blames them, and they blame the University of Idaho for the non-disclosure agreement. It's a joke. Deflection.
While the university was operating under the NDA. That was a question that came up in the State Board meeting on Thursday. President Green said, look, in order to have a conversation with the University of Phoenix, we had to go the NDA route. But
yeah, because every other university got to the final books and they were like, oh shit. And I don't think the Phoenix would said, hey, we need a non-disclosure agreement. If you're an Idaho businessman, you don't go, okay. No, you go, wait a minute, something's shady here. Let me look into the background. And when you look into the background, you're like, oh, well, that makes sense. Hey, we need this deal really bad, and we lowballed them because they're desperate as hell. And we need to make sure that we have enrollment. So let's just go ahead and do it. You blame us for the non-disclosure. We'll blame you. And then we don't have to talk about it.
I think that is leaving a lot of people with questions, a lot of people with skepticism. One of those people, by the way.
And contribution call out, Janet Shepard, for the $2 super chat. Great show. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words as well.
Was Representative John Gannon, Democrat from Boise. He sat in on the meeting. He was sitting next to me during the State Board meeting on Thursday. He didn't comment. There was no public comment, period, during the State Board meeting on Thursday. Afterwards, he wrote a letter to the State Board expressing his concerns about this process, the secrecy, the kind of take it or leave it. We've got to do this week in order to get an application into the University of Phoenix's accreditors by Friday, today, 2 days out from when this became public. His concern is this is secret. It's kind of got a take it or leave it aspect to it. And this isn't the right way to be going about this.
And he isn't the only lawmaker who shared those concerns. I watched the board meeting online. The YouTube channel still had the chat function going, and I saw Representative Mike Kingsley in there, a Republican from Lewiston, who was upset about the same thing, the lack of transparency and the lack of input from lawmakers.
This might be the first time that you're seeing questions about transparency being raised on the same project by the Idaho Statesman's Editorial Board and the Idaho Freedom Foundation. So if nothing else, the University of Idaho is bringing people together.
You know what? As an alum, I appreciate that. Okay, and real quick before we move on, let's talk about the pluses that President Scott Green was advocating for in this meeting. This has the potential to generate a lot of income for the University of Idaho if it goes well.
Right, and it's still not completely clear to me anyway about how this money all flows. But the way the thing is structured is that the first $10 million of revenue goes straight to the U of I that they can use for strategic initiatives. The university is saying, we think there's going to be a lot more that comes through, that their cash flow is much more favorable than that. So 10 million is really just a starting point. They were talking about upwards of $170 million of revenue for the university by the year 2030. There's a lot of money at stake here. And I think really for the university and for the state board, one of the things that they keep pointing to is we need to come up with an online education system in this state. This is maybe the quickest way to do it because University of Phoenix has that platform already in place. It's been in existence for years.
In the state board and University of Idaho were already moving forward with an online platform, Online Idaho, to kind of address some of those concerns, right?
Which the U of I says is still going to be in place. It's still going to be operating as a separate entity, and the U of I's own online classes will continue to operate. So the U of I is really trying to set up a lot of walls here between its operations and the University of Phoenix's operations.
Wow.
And in this article, they're setting up a lot of walls for you to get the information you're requesting too.
so many questions that we will be looking for answers for over the coming months.
Just getting started here.
You know, President Green, if you want to join us, we would love to have you. So, moving on, in other higher education news this week.
That was a burn, Mr. Green. You know Mr. Green ain't going to join you.
It's operations, and the University of Phoenix's operations.
Well, so many questions that we will be looking for answers for over the coming months.
Just getting started here.
You know, President Green, if you want to join us, we would love to have you. So, moving on, in other higher education news this week, tuition freezes at those four-year higher education.
All right, so there you go. Now I'm going to show you a couple things on Twitter here real quick, and then we're going to get in to the rest of that read through, and then we're going to get into some of this other stuff here. So here's me on Twitter. All right, so get rid of that. Let me see here. So this is the tweet with the article that we read. If you're on Twitter, I put the regular link. If you want the regular link for the article, here's that. And it looks like the University of Idaho isn't the only shady college. Idaho University is shady too, but that'll be on a different subject. But look at this. The trial is one of the biggest obstacles to the controversial $685 million purchase. Here's our coverage from the first day. So here's a link for that article. Again, Kevin Richert, this is from today. This is from today. High stakes trial opens challenging U of I Phoenix purchase. State Board of Education members spent Monday defending their closed-door discussions of the University of Idaho, University of Phoenix mega deal. And at one point, State Board member Kurt Liebich, State Board member, worked in defense of the deal itself as one of the first State Board members who had access to Phoenix proprietary data. Liebich says he could quickly come see the urgency in pursuing the huge but tarnished for profit online giant. I saw how much value was there, Liebich said during an virtual testimony in a Boise courtroom. It's inconceivable to me that this wouldn't be a highly competitive process. The Ada County District Court trial represents one of the biggest obstacles to $685 million Phoenix purchase, a deal that could provide U of I with millions of dollars in new revenue. Yeah, because remember on Saturday night when we watched Cup of Joe, he said that the books get open to the University of Idaho too. So any of the money that's University of Phoenix Online has access to, now the University of Idaho has access to as well. The trial poses a public challenge to the State Board and one of the largest and most polarizing decisions in the volunteer policy-making body's history. And the case is thick with intra-party political tension. Attorney General Raul Labrador's June lawsuit targets an 8-member board tightly aligned with Governor Brad Little. At its heart, however, the civil case centers on the state's open meetings law. The State Board discussed the Phoenix purchase in 3 executive sessions on March 22nd, April 25th, and May 15th. The third and final closed-door meeting took place just 3 days before the State Board held its only public meeting on the purchase, which is the interview that we just watched. and voted unanimously to give the transaction the green light. Labrador's lawsuit contends that the state board failed to do its homework and simply took the U of I's word that other competitors were in the running for Phoenix. Testimony from 3 state board members Monday didn't stray too far from the board's established narrative. They again said they put their faith in Jennifer Marcus, a deputy attorney who has been assigned to the state board for several years. Marcus counseled the board on the closed-door meetings, held under a little-used legal exemption covering a transaction that pits a state agency against a public bidder from another state or nation. I have the utmost trust in our Deputy Attorney General, board member Sean Kiyu said. I took her professional word for it. Everybody's taken their other word, just like the PCA. They said they still considered the University of Arkansas a potential suitor for Phoenix. Really? Even after the state's board of regents rejected a purchase on April, which was before May, and you somehow thought they were still in the running. In a closed executive session the following day, U of I President C. Scott Green urged board members not to count out Arkansas. Said Liebig, I still, in my mind, believe that Arkansas was a potential competitor. No, they said, screw this, it's a scam, just like every other college before them. And even under repeated questioning, they still did not name any other would-be suitors. For months, the U of I and the State Board have not identified other potential buyers, and based on Monday's testimony, board members seem to have only cursory information about the competition. There was never a number, State Superintendent Debbie Critchfield said. But at every point it was explained we were a competitor in the process. Trust us. Attorneys on both sides tried to press the boundaries of the open meetings case. Twice, Deputy Attorney General Gregory Woodard tried to bring up Phoenix's $191 million settlement with the Federal Trade Commission over complaints of deceptive advertising. The settlement, he argued, made Phoenix less attractive to any would-be buyer. Twice, defense attorney Trudy Hansen Fauser objected. Fauser, the state's board-appointed outside attorney, said in her opening statement that she planned to point out Phoenix is a turning profit. These financials are just one reason why the board had every reason to believe the Phoenix bidding was competitive. District Judge Jason Scott sought to rein in both attorneys. He wouldn't allow Woodard to expand on the FTC case, but he said he wouldn't allow Fauser to bring up Phoenix's financial health. We're not litigating the wisdom of the deal, Scott said at one point. Despite the limited scope, Monday's hearing got off to a laborious start. Kiyu, Liebig, and Critchfield were each on the stand for about an hour or more, spending most of that time fielding questions from Woodard. Then the afternoon proceedings came to a sudden end. During Critchfield's cross-examination, Woodard abruptly asked for a recess, saying he had become ill. After the recess, both attorneys wrapped up their questioning of Critchfield, then the trial adjourned for the day. The unexpected adjournment left at least 2 prominent witnesses on hold. State Board member David Hill had been called to testify Monday, but was left waiting outside the courtroom, and Green's testimony was also on hold. How convenient. How convenient. Woodard had already indicated that he will call several other witnesses, including State Board Executive Director Matt Freeman, U of I Attorney Kent Nelson, and Brady Hall, an attorney for Governor Brad Little. The trial is scheduled to run through Wednesday. It's not immediately clear whether Monday's abridged session will affect the schedule. This is not a jury trial, and at the end of the case, Scott is expected to make his ruling. The trial is a big hurdle to the Phoenix deal. Labrador's team wants Scott to nullify the state board's vote endorsing the purchase. But it isn't the sole hurdle. The U of I's accreditors still have to approve the deal, and a U of I affiliated nonprofit still has to secure financing for the purchase. They don't even have the business that's supposed to buy the. Whoa! Yo, it's January 22nd, 2024, and you don't even have the nonprofit organization that's supposed to purchase the University of Phoenix in the deal? You don't even have that yet? It's kind of like how the university became a university. Let's hurry up and complete this merger deal, and we'll worry about, the rest later. We'll worry about making Idaho a state later. Let's have University of Idaho so we can keep our panhandle. What the hell is this? U of I officials have said they hope to close the deal early this year. Yeah, it was supposed to be in like 2 or 3 weeks. If the deal isn't closed by May 31st, either party could opt out. What? Wow, they don't even have the nonprofit organization purchased or created or even put together. What the hell? This don't make any sense. University of Phoenix is the online? What's up, Cherry Ticket 84? The online was created in 76? It is. And that's just because I came across one of their local videos. I was doing some prep work for Saturday or Friday's show, and I came across that. That was one of the things I was supposed to have, but Saturday was already 6 hours, so, and we're already 2 hours right here. What's up, Summer? Ticket number 85. And I need to get into the rest of this, the final chapter. So we'll get into that. The final chapter. All right, so we left off at this bottom right sentence, thankfully, in the early morning hours of December 30th. But I'm going to start up here. Why is that showing up? But I'm going to start up here at the globe. So I'm not going to be showing the words because I don't want to take any promotion away from the book. I won't be reading it word for word because I am not going to be saying the book word for word. If you want the book, I would advise you to purchase it. If you want to read it word for word, I would advise you to purchase it. I will show the screen here and there, but most of the time it's just going to be on here. And I'm going to give you CJ's Cliff Notes. I'm going to be reading it. It's not always going to be in order when it comes to the sentences. I might use different words, smaller words, not keywords. I'm going to be using the keywords. But the way the sentences are framed and things like that, just to make it a Cliff Notes version, if y'all understand what I mean. So again, we're going to be starting off on page 360, and we're starting off at the top of 360 if you want to watch everything before that. Saturday night show is the show that we read that first part. And if you want to wait until the whole video, I'm going to be taking the first part from Saturday, adding it to this, and then I'll be making its own Cliff Notes final chapter video. I wanted to try and put them all together, but because I couldn't do it Thursday morning, I had to kind of do half and half. So we're finishing that up tonight. So again, page 360. Thank you all for hopping in. And here we go. All right. It says the globe. Ooh, hold on one second. And I won't be able to see you guys' chat while I'm reading this, so I'll probably read a couple pages and then I'll kind of comment as I'm getting through it. All right. Page 360. Part 2. The Globe published a headline that the 4 students were the victims of a Manson-like cult, said Scott. We learned of the story through a couple alums, a relative of the Chapins, who saw the cover with photos of the victims on the magazine shelves in Boise. Chandra reached out to a top exec at the national grocery chain, Albertsons. He had them in publication and voluntarily removed them from their regional stores. If you guys remember, I think it was People Magazine. That remember they said that they found the person. Is it solved? For weeks, there was an incalculable fear in Moscow and the surrounding community that the person or persons was still on the loose, not to mention a media frenzy to contend with on the campus of the University of Idaho. During then, everyone ached for more details, evidence, facts. MPD, LE, partners releasing little information, but it was to preserve the investigation's integrity for the trial. When they asked people to be on the lookout for a 2011 to 16 white Hyundai Elantra, that's when hope surged in the community that they would name a suspect soon. And then, thankfully, in the early morning of December 30th, and it was early because it was 4 a.m. in Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania. So you're talking, what, 3 in the midnight in Idaho? That was 47 days, December 30th. Scott says 47 days after LE informed Kent Nelson, U of I acting general counsel, that they apprehended somebody. All Kent knew was that they conducted an arrest outside of Idaho. We would all learn later that morning that the arrest ended up being in PA. I was in the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport traveling back from a holiday visit to my parents' house when I received a text from Jody asking if I would organize a meeting for 10 a.m. that day. I text back, sure, but called immediately. I was uncomfortable with the vagueness of the message, hungry for information after the weeks with little, Lee said, and ready to help if needed. She let me know there was movement and that there would be a press conference at 1 p.m. That was 3 days later. Oh, no, for the arrest. We all needed to get together. As I was organizing the Zoom from the airport, the reports that an arrest had been made started to hit the news outlets, popped up on a plane. I ended up on a plane during a U of I's internal meeting, and the press conference asked Brian Foisey to update me on text because I was halfway through a flight. I started scrolling various news channels, the entertainment screen on the back of the seat on the airplane. One by one, began flashing picture of the suspect, telling what they knew about him, showing aerial footage of the home in rural Pennsylvania. The details started to fall into place, and a gruesome, horrific story was telling. On early Sunday, between approximately 4 and 4:20 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, Mr. Koberger, a graduate student from Pennsylvania, and they said his full name, Brian Christopher Koberger. I just said Mr. Koberger. A graduate student from Pennsylvania studying criminal justice at WSU, just 8 miles across the border, allegedly slipped into the property and unalived Kaylee, Maddie, Zaina, and Ethan. It was not a crime of passion, a fight with another student, or the work of a cult, as many amateur internet sleuths posited. Scott said. Really? Scott, I mean, we've been saying it was a crime of passion this whole time. It's not a crime of passion? It was not a crime of passion. A fight with another student or work of a cult, as many amateur internet sleuths posited. The attack appeared to be premeditated. This is a quote. The attack appeared to be premeditated, and the perpetrator had allegedly prepared to execute his plan, relying on his criminal justice education to avoid detection. Mr. Green, did you see the video that I made of the fucking route of the PCA and how many cameras are on there? And how I also included the route somebody would have taken if they wanted to get away with the crime, and it was on Airport Road. You're telling me the criminal justice education to avoid detection? That must be some damn good Kool-Aid. Relying on his criminal justice education to avoid detection. The hell? He was not a known friend or close to any of the victims, which made identifying and arresting him even more difficult and time-consuming. Koberger had driven across the country with his father from Pullman toward PA during the December holiday break, but law enforcement zeroed in on him based off surveillance video, cell phone record, pings, other evidence, tracking him to his family's home in Pennsylvania, confirming DNA evidence. At 3 a.m. on December 30th, PALE entered Koberger's home, made the arrest, took possession of the Elantra. I sat on the plane, dumbfounded by the fact that Koberger had attended classes after and then traveled to his family home for what I'm sure seemed to them as a normal holiday visit. Lee said I shed a tear or two quietly, not sure if it was sadness or relief. At the same time, I could not help but draw parallel to my own family, who had woken up early just to take me to the airport, a father's chore done with love after a night's visit stark as comparison, the contradiction of knowing that 4 families had endured a much different end to 2022. MPD hosted a press conference that day, like they said, at 1 p.m. at Moscow City Hall. MPD, ISP, and Scott delivered remarks. After the press conference, Scott sent out a communication to students, employees, and alumni that summed up the details of the case to that point, and it read, and I will read it word for word. It's crazy, isn't it, everybody? Trust me, I'll get to the comments here. It says Brian Christopher Koberger was arrested in Pennsylvania last night in connection with the King Road homicides. According to Moscow Police Department, the U of I does not appear to have any record of Koberger. No motive has been released by law enforcement. This is the news we have been waiting for in relief for our community. And most importantly, and again, this is from Scott Green, this is the news we have been waiting for in relief for our community. And most importantly, the families of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Zaina Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. We are grateful for the hard work of LE to protect our community and bring justice. It has been a stressful time for our university, but we never lost faith that this case would be solved. We're grateful for the hard work of the MPD and the LE partners. We appreciate the increased security presence of the ISP, bringing comfort and calm to a community that felt shocked and confused because of this senseless crime. This was made possible by Governor Brad Little's financial support. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked on this case. I wonder if you saw the DNA Dirty Glove video, Mr. Green. Just asking. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our people. As such, counseling services remain available to all students over the break and when classes resume. Even employees needing assistance can use the free and confidential EAP resources available through your benefits or contact David Tolbert. You couldn't even offer it for free, you son of a bitch. You made through your benefits. They're free, but you had to have coverage. So somebody that probably couldn't afford to have your shady ass bullshit medical plan didn't get included because it wasn't under their benefits. That is so fucked up. Classes in this skeezy ass motherfucker, man. Classes in this self-defense, vigilance, stalking awareness, healthy relationships, and more, as well as the distribution of personal safety devices, will continue as planned. You probably got to be covered with your benefits. Additional security, should have offered it for free, man. What the hell? If you're that worried about your community, my gosh, be an upstanding fucking citizen. You know? Like you couldn't. Additional security personnel have been added to the university's security team, and law enforcement will increase patrols on campus and in nearby neighborhoods. The outpouring support from across the state and nation helps sustain us during this most trying time. For the past several weeks, we are all vandals, and that provided the strength that helped us navigate this international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. Kindness is contagious and provided light that reclaimed ground lost to those to evil and darkness. We are thankful for the compassion shown to our community. Where did you write the statement, bro? Twitter, you don't have that many characters. Where did you write this statement? This is a long one. The care for each other and resilience of our students and employees has been remarkable. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zayna, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy moving forward in the work that we do. And you still don't have no healing garden. Whatever, bro. The next few months will be tough on their friends and families as the legal system begins to process the publicity prosecuting these crimes to bring justice. Let's keep them in our thoughts and prayers and continue to stand #Vandal Strong University of Idaho 2022. It should be free. Why is he charging people to have counseling, you know? It should all be free. I don't understand it. It is horrible, John. Because you got to be, can you, you see all the shadiness going on? You see all the shadiness going on. You don't think that they have shady-ass medical coverage, too? You know damn straight they got shady-ass medical coverage. It's free if you got coverage. Contribution call out. I want to say thank you to 49er Girl for the gifted membership. Unravel. Congratulations to the gifted membership. Thank you both for being a part of the community. It means a lot. Thank you, 49er Girl. Shout out to your 49ers, too. I can't believe that. What a joke. The day of the arrest. This is Scott Green. The day of the arrest, I talked to the dean of students at WSU. This is Blaine. Blaine said, the day of the arrest, I talked to the dean of students at WSU 4 times. I told her to hang on. The tidal wave that just went through our campus was headed her way. Shortly after the arrest, the Latah County District Judge placed a non-dissemination order, gag order, on the individuals involved with the investigation or evidence, including law enforcement, asking them to not discuss the trial. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this up because I know a lot of people, we're going to share this part real quick. A lot of people always are asking, when did the gag order really start? Right there. Shortly after the arrest, the first judge, not Judge John Judge, the first judge was the one. Oh, look at that. You can change the color too. Really? The first judge was the one that judged or placed the non-dissemination order. All right. Non-dissemination order, gag order on individuals involved with the investigation or evidence, including LE, asking them not to discuss the trial with media. Even after the arrest, Scott knew reverberations would impact the U of I in the future, including the care of its employees' impact on student retention and recruiting. They say it right here. It was clear to me that the case would continue to be front and center in the media through trial, Scott said, despite the fact that the crime was committed off campus by an individual from another state. We would have to counter the view that the university is unsafe. For years, we were considered one of the safest in the nation, and we will be again. In meantime, we're prepared to respond to the inevitable questions about security and safety in our community. I'm going to show those words again, too. Again, he says right there. It was clear to me. It was clear to me that the case would continue to be front and center in the media through trial, despite the fact that the crime was committed off campus by an individual from another state. Instead of saying just 8 miles away, now it's an individual from another state. And we still have to counter that the university is unsafe. That's why they wanted the fucking house down. Let's be real. All right, enough sharing. I got to go back to my screen again. Just wanted to show you. In the meantime, we're prepared to respond to the inevitable questions about security and safety in our community. The entire university would face having students directly affected by the tragedy returning. One student, any one of them, or even an employee of the university, could be among those who went to the house that morning, were siblings, or were in a class with the victims. The entire campus had to consider the healing takes time. No one grieves the same way. But let's be honest, there was 4 people that were brutally unalived, so I understand that healing takes time, but you need to ask the questions first. In addition to those concerns, president, faculty, staff had to address more programmatic elements of getting back to educating students and advancing the U of I's reputation. You know, one of the best in the nation for safety. One metric that would determine how well the university handled the crisis would be the spring enrollment. So let's go into overdrive right away, because that's what the board members were looking for. What's going to be the next quarter? Okay, that's going to be our projection. On January 27, 2023, university reported that spring enrollment at the University of Idaho was up. Undergraduate enrollment increased by 3.5%, and 6,505 students over spring 2022. Graduate student enrollment declined slightly to 1929 from the spring's 2022's enrollment of 1938. But overall enrollment was up 2.1% to 9,375. This excluded dual credit students and supported the notion that the largest freshman class in the U of I's history had returned to continue their studies with the Vandal family. Furthermore, fall acceptances also saw an increase. Early verdict was that the university cared about its students. They wanted to complete their education at the U of I. Time will tell if the tragedy affects long-term enrollment. The entire Vandal family is going to work hard to promote a safe environment on campus, provide information so students and parents can make informed decisions, and empower them to reach out and ask for help if they need it. Just like the volleyball players. Just like when the volleyball players are reaching out asking you for help. Okay. Koberger sits in the Latah County Jail held without bail and awaiting an October 2023 trial. So this book was written a long ass time ago. A grand jury indicted him on 4 counts of unalive and 1 count of burglary. At pretrial, he stood when as the judge entered a not guilty on Koberger's behalf, and prosecutors are seeking the DP. This is a unique situation for an institution of higher education to face, said Blaine. The U of I has faced student passings before, but this is a murder multiple with a knife. That's the horrific part of it all. Every horror movie out there plays on our darkest fears of what actually happened on King Road. But I'm proud of the way our students responded, maintained grit and resiliency. This generation gets a bad rap for being flakes and not so strong, but they're children of COVID, done the hard things. It's not what their student should be about. Their life experience shouldn't be about being on 2020 or Dateline or talking to friends about who they lost. We're going to go in that direction that moves us forward, focusing on academics, engaging in social opportunities, while still remembering Ethan, Zayna, Kaylee, and Maddie. So Scott's management insight. Unfortunately, homicides on U.S. campuses are not uncommon. If evil visits your campus, a president must first project empathy. Bro, that's the first thing you go to? The first thing you go to is empathy? This is your insight, and this is your help on how to help other frickin' presidents who... This is your help. If evil visits your campus, a president must first project empathy. Oh, it gets better. A family just lost a child, something none of us can imagine or would wish on anyone. Don't assume people will know how you feel. You must communicate the impact it has on you. The families did, sir. Families reached out to you and asked you not to demo this fucking house. And you want to talk about empathy and knowing what, putting yourself in their position? You must communicate the impact it has. They did. And you let it get torn down. You wanted it to get torn down. The selfless act will bring your students in. Oh, wow. Look at this. The selfless act. The selfless, dude, you've been about selfish the whole time. That selfless act will bring your students, employees, and community closer. You know what? You've been manipulating your fucking community this whole time. And you're going to call it a selfless act. Knowing that sadness, fear, anger, those are normal. We all must process these emotions. I chose to send a video to our community to explain what the university was doing to elevate security on campus and provide support services for our employees. We watched that video Saturday night. He says, I took that opportunity to express how I felt that we all face the shock and confusion of such a crime. Different, and that's okay. It is not easy for those of us raised in a time when one does not talk about how they feel, but would strongly encourage you to make that leap for the good of your institution. The second piece of advice, address the hard questions up front. You did not write this, dude. You did not write this because you are not The second piece of advice is to address the hard questions up. First is empathy. Second is address the hard questions up front. Bro, what kind of fucking Kool-Aid are you drinking? Damn. For this crime, it was security. How can you bring your students back to campus? How will you keep your students and employees safe? I'd hate to see number 3. Even though the crime didn't happen on campus, that didn't matter in our tight-knit community. MPD believed the crime was a targeted attack. Many were uncomfortable with that answer. We explained how we dramatically increased security through a private vendor and state, county, and local police patrols on our campus. There is no such thing as too much security. Because of your security. Oh, was key to assuring our community. So because of your security presence, that's why you could tell the community. Oh, so forget about the dude that's slipping between the 2 officers that just crossed his path while he goes and slips into another house and commits that crime. That was your reason why the community was safe, because of your police presence? You can't be everywhere at every moment. Too big for the britches. Too big for the britches. We housed a law enforcement on our campus and fed them in our dining halls. They became part of the Vandal family. We also injected flexibility in how our students attended class, permitting them to go home and Zoom remotely or continue in-person classes for those who wanted to remain on campus and grieve with their friends. They're going to stick around and grieve with their friends while the person's still out there and you ain't answering shit. You're fucking crazy. Those are the students that had to decide, shit, do I choose my safety over my education? Because I'm not going to have an education if I choose my safety, because I can't literally make that happen. Those are the students that fucking stayed behind, because you know damn well every mama and papa was calling up their child going, get your ass home. Get your ass home. With their friends. By addressing the concerns head on and providing choices, we did not spend time defending our decisions. We could focus on supporting our students and employees and the intense media scrutiny that followed. The third action. Oh, here we go. It is ironic, isn't it, Brett? I'm sorry, guys. I can't read your chat that good while I'm reading documents and stuff. I apologize about that. The third action. Here we go. I need a sip of coffee real quick. Here we go. The third action. The third action. And you know what that means? It's a plan of action. We've been telling y'all for months. It's that plan of action. The third action item is to over-communicate. Really? Just like everybody over-communicated at the press conferences, didn't they? Whoa, they over-communicated. Man, there couldn't be enough questions answered, could there? The third action item is to over-communicate. Oh, there's more. There's a fourth and a fifth. Wow. Particularly in the early days of a crisis. We did this during the pandemic with a weekly update from the provost and me. And we also did it in a response to this crime. But the comms do not have to be from the president. They can come from the provost, deans, VPs, or anyone relevant to the purpose of communication. There will always be those who believe you do not communicate enough. Yeah, especially when you don't answer anything. Mr. Fry, Mr. Green, can you tell us why the community is safe? Like we said, we're taking the totality of all the information. We're still doing the investigation. It's a lot of work. We're continuing to go through everything. We're continuing to take your guys' tips. And that's just something that we cannot go into right now for the integrity of the investigation. There will always be those who believe you do not communicate enough, so it is helpful to be prepared to remind them of all the comms you have issued. The teams accomplish this by listing a hyperlink of each communication on a web page that the public could access. King Road Homicides was the web page, remember? Fourth, arm your campus leaders with talking points so the university speaks with one voice. All right, everybody, we need to make sure that we worry about the enrollment. You can't answer any of these details, downplay these things. Just say that you have to reach out to me, deflect it to me, and just tell them what Fry tells the community. Just stay vigilant and stay aware that you're safe. You're safe. But just stay vigilant and stay aware. Keep the conversation points updated and conditions on the ground change. This empowers your leadership. Provide advice, direction that is aligned with university communications. We don't need somebody leaking information, right? Fifth, hold regular meetings with law enforcement. Why would the university have to hold regular meetings with law enforcement? Oh, that's right, because you controlled the narrative. That's right. Immediately after the incident, we set up a morning briefing and an afternoon debriefing, a morning briefing, and an early afternoon briefing. It included the university team and law enforcement? I'm sorry, afternoon. This eventually evolved into one daily meeting. The university held the meetings. The university held the meetings with law enforcement 2 times the day that the crime took place and once a day every day after that. States law enforcement will not give you details about the investigation, but can keep you situationally aware at a high level so that you can make decisions. So it was good enough to tell you, Mr. Green, but they couldn't tell the community and the reporters that were asking them questions. They couldn't tell them. So how are you privy to information that reporters and the community are not privy to, Mr. Green? Or your team? And when we talk about your team, well, you are the coach. You are the president. Shit rolls downhill. But when the toilet's backed up, it goes back uphill, baby. And this toilet's backing up. When we realized how complex this case was and would not likely get solved in a matter of days, that helped us plan. These meetings allowed us to troubleshoot emergent challenges, gather input from a diverse group of stakeholders, develop communication, keep the ball moving. The daily work needed for a campus in crisis. Continue the meetings as needed and don't deviate from the intended purpose. A clear lead and point of contact are essential. Start each discussion with a quick overview of the agenda items and allow other team members to add theirs to the list. Solicit updates regarding LE, student support, legal, security, communication. While it became moot after the arrest, we had prepared how to navigate the start of spring semester classes. They already had a plan of action for the spring. But you don't have the nonprofit organization put together yet that's supposed to buy the University of Phoenix online. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Very interesting. We had elevated security plans for campus. We're adding remote learning options for those not wanting to return, because remember, we're going to offer classes that we didn't even offer as remote learning during COVID. We're going to offer those to you now because we need you to stay. Finally, take care of yourself. A president cannot lead with energy and good judgment if not rested and healthy. It is easy to be overwhelmed by the needs of your employees, students, media, by the crime, and the need to communicate. Take care of your team, acknowledge efforts, thanking them, valuing and listening to their input, creating safe spaces for them to be vulnerable and real. It's vital in building trust, confidence, and camaraderie, and it also motivates and gives team members the okay to do the little things to keep the momentum for the students and employees. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is my final chapter, because I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about the PR and how it's so broke but making all this money. So shout out to Aaliyah. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I apologize we didn't get to it last week with all the internet BS and the house shit going on here next door. I apologize to the community for having to split it up in 2 different shows. But there was 6 hours was I just couldn't extend it another hour and something after that when you guys had already been up that late for us. So again, this is the book, University's Handbook. And let me switch the screen. If you'd like to purchase the handbook, here is the link. Why did it take me there? There we go. And it'll direct you for the purchase of it. Yes, thank you so much, Aaliyah. Thank you so much. Now, we got a little bit of time left. We got about an hour left. So we're going to go into some of this other stuff here. Give me 1 second. We will be back tomorrow. Kibby Dome made of wood. Let's see here. The most interesting college football stadium. This is from, and I want to say shout out to 2 people. Shout out Jay for Justice, and I'm going to share this video with you guys too. Shout out Jay for Justice, and shout out law offices Andrew D. Myers and Laney Law. We love them here at the show. I've been over there. He's been over here. We're going to be doing a lot more collaborations coming up as well. Here's the link to their channel here, or this video actually, if you want to go show it some love. But she ran into Andrew D. Myers, I think, yesterday or something like that. So I wanted to shout them both out. And thanks to them. Now, they went over to do 3 new bumps in the road, bring more mystery and certainty. And it's definitely a good episode. All right. Now, let's get into some stuff here. Okay. Now, this is so we didn't get in, where was it? Remember, we were going to I introduced to you guys, and this is the channel. I introduced you guys before we watched the Cup of Joe interview on Saturday night. I showed you guys this video, and this is where C. Scott Green talks about, I am a vandal. So if you were with us on Saturday night, and I said, hey, I don't know if we're going to have time to get into this interview or not, but here's the link. This is that video that we're going to check out. So this is Tubbs at the Club channel. It's the official, unofficial podcast covering University of Idaho sports with particular attention to football and basketball. Join Brian, Marceau, Dallas, and Martin for takes about all facets on Vandal athletics. And then there's all the links right there. So this is going to be a video where Mr. C. Scott Green joins Tubbs at the Club and talks about, I am a vandal. So let's see. I'll just go ahead and play the...
Welcome back, Tribe from the North, brave and bold, to the official, unofficial podcast of your Idaho Vandals and your Vandal affiliate on the Big Sky Podcast Network. I'm your host, Chris Hammond, and with me today will be co-host...
Let me know, does this seem a lot louder? Because it seems louder to me. I don't know if the computer had an update or something. It seems a lot louder to me. Let me know if it's loud for you, and I'll turn it down. It seems loud to me, but just let me know if it's good.
Hosted with Alex the Boat Boatman. We have our holiday special for you guys today. We have the President, C. Scott Green, on today. Hopefully you guys will enjoy it. We worked really hard on it. We just want to wish you, from all of us here at Tubbs at the Club, happy holidays. Montucky cold snacks. Ain't nothing like cracking a Montucky cold snack. An ultra refreshing light beer born in majestic Big Sky country. The best part is, when you crack a snack, you're giving back. Montucky Cold Snacks donates 8% of profits back to local causes, even right here in Idaho, supporting organizations like the CW Hogs and the Idaho Food Bank. Yeehaw! That's freaking awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks.
What the hell? What is this? Mr. Green's joining this shit?
Light American lager for Pow Pow Ripper.
All right, I'm skipping the fucking promotions here. Gosh, I mean, maybe I should do promotions like that, huh? Spend the first fucking 2 minutes of a video. Hey, contribute to the show. Hey. What the hell? Ching, 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 right? Cha-ching, cha-ching.
It's something our listeners have obviously been asking for.
All right, hold on. Jeez, I'm sorry.
All right, so we are joined with President Scott Green. Thank you for joining us this bright and early AM. Scott, how are you doing?
Whoa, Mr. Green's got his ear pierced, you guys. Dude. Oh, look at this. Oh, no, that's an Apple earbud. Is that an Apple earbud or is that a fucking earring? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta look. It looks like a damn earring, like a little diamond or something. Hold on. What the hell? It's gotta be a ear. It's gotta be an earbud. Here, I'll show you guys real quick, but I'm thinking it's an earbud. Yeah, I think it's an earbud. All right. This is gonna be a weird one.
Good.
I'm doing great. Could be better, with some vandals, so it's always good.
That's good. That's good. And I know we really appreciate you coming on. It's something our listeners have obviously been asking for basically since you got the job. And I know it's really cool to hear from you. And I've had the opportunity to hear from you in a couple different, like through the Vandal boosters and everything like that. So I think the general Vandal population will really enjoy something like this. So true, heartfelt thank you.
I bet.
So let's start it off. Let's have the people get to know. Chris, what was your favorite memory from college?
Yeah, I don't know if you know you're cutting out, Chris. So sorry about that.
No.
But
answer the question, because we heard the question. We saw he was cutting out too. Why don't you answer the press? Why don't you answer it, Mr. Green? Proud to be 19. Watch, he's gonna sound some shit like Matthew McConaughey in Days from the Confused. I used to use the line, "I'm a freshman president," but now I just say I'm proud to be 19.
I don't know if you know you're cutting out, Chris. So sorry about that.
No,
but
fine.
I got the favorite memory from college. I would.
Proud to
I
be
would have. There's
19.
just so many of them. It's hard to even begin to talk about them. But probably some of my best memories were going to the football and basketball games back when I was on campus.
Oh, wow, what they cover. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Again, our teams back then were so very good.
Oh, they were?
Football with Erickson and basketball with Munson. But I'd also say a lot of the things that I did with my fraternity as well, and the relationships I built there. But those are just lifelong things that you just stay with you, throughout your life. So those are some really, really fond memories on campus.
Yeah, Scott. So kind of, what kind of led you to come back to Idaho? Everyone.
Dude, the audio on here. The audio is horrible. That's the one thing you always want to make sure is the audio is good. Damn, look, well, I'm going to go ahead and hit a like. I'm going to hit a like on it. They only got 598 subs. So 2 of you must have subbed to him already.
Everyone kind of knows what you're doing. You're working in the corporate law world before this, and then you leave that to come back to Moscow, to your alma mater, and lead institution, something you had never done. So kind of what led to that process of you getting identified, then deciding, hey, this is what I want to do?
Yeah, great question. For me, it was all about, university needed some help and stability and some.
He's like, damn, this audio sucks, and I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, great question.
They're just lifelong things that you just stay with you.
Great question.
So, those are some really, really
at the club. I like the name though.
Yeah. Scott, so kind of, what kind of led you to come back to Idaho? Everyone kind of knows what you're doing. You're working in the corporate law world before this, and then you leave that to come back to Moscow, to your alma mater, and lead an institution, something you had never done. So kind of what led to that process of you getting identified, then deciding, hey, this is what I want to do?
Yeah, great question. For me, it's all about,
He's like, I can't stand this audio.
And some stability, and I thought I could help. And
I'm losing my
a
thought.
number of us actually thought when the search began for president that we would want somebody that that would stay. And a number of alums and I were trying to help with that process and identifying people that we thought would do a good job and would stay. But literally on the same week, I was in the middle of the process, I got a call from two different alums who basically said, we'd like you to do this. We think you're the person. And they knew that I'd planned to retire to Idaho at some point. And I've always been trying to get back there. And so I thought long and hard about it and realized, the university was in some financial straits, and that's my skill set. So I felt I could help. If I didn't think I could help, I probably wouldn't have taken it. But
that's his skill set. Remember, he was the first non-lawyer running a law firm. Isn't that crazy?
But as much as I love the university, I wanted to make sure if I took this job that I'd be able to add value. And I think we have. We've been able to turn the ship around pretty quickly. So,
yeah. I kind of want to touch on, you kind of touched on it in my first question, but back when you were attending the University of Idaho, is there like a football game that stands out in your mind, just one of your favorites you attended?
Yeah, there were a lot of great football games,
He just started laughing.
When I was on campus in the 80s, but some of the best games that that we all known for were the bowls or the 64-19 thrashing of BSU in 1996. Those are the ones most people relate to. But for me, there was a very personal game, and that was when we played Oregon State. And I think I probably have this wrong, but I want to say it was 1984. And of course, Oregon State was in the Pac-12. We were in the Big Sky, at the time. And so they were heavily favored. And one of my best friends from high school played for the defensive line of OSU. And in fact, play, with us, was drafted by the Seahawks. And we beat him up pretty good, 41-22. So that was one of my favorite memories. And he was not too happy, as you can imagine, but I sure was. So,
since you've been back on campus, what's kind of a favorite football game of yours since you've been back in Moscow that you've been able to go watch?
Yeah, for me, getting a little bit of payback at ISU, for ISU's beating of us the year before was a nice game, and I really enjoyed that. And Kevin Satterley's a good friend of mine, and we work really well together, the president at ISU. But there was some satisfaction, and I know he may have his days in the future, but there's some satisfaction now that we beat him.
That's interesting, because when we were reading that document earlier, Idaho State University, he's really good friends with him. They're also listed in some of this shady shit too, remember? I mentioned it earlier, Idaho State University also. When it came to that article. Interesting.
In football, but we also beat him in women's basketball, which it was we did a good job as Vandals last year on that.
Big battle of the Dome winners. So I guess that you kind of touched on it. So is that kind of your favorite basketball game as well then? Or is there a basketball game that stands out since you've been back?
Well, yes, the women's basketball win against ISU was by far my favorite as well. I was looking forward to the Montana State game. I am convinced they would have taken it. They had split Montana State. They had their number. I'm pretty sure that they would have come away with the championship.
Yeah. So with you changing as president, we also experienced some change in athletics. with leadership with Terry Galt coming as the AD. Can you explain kind of that hiring process and how, Terry rose above everyone else in the candidate pool and showed that she was the right person to take over that job?
Yeah, Terry, I mean, it was a national search, and Terry's we're just very fortunate, I feel, that we have attracted somebody with her qualifications. She's 25 years of leadership in intercollegiate athletics, much of it at Wisconsin, this little school in the Midwest. And and there she was responsible for 10 sports, and the associated budgets, 6 head coaches. She had 25 student athletes. I mean, it was a significant program she was running there. She's a national leader in Title IX issues and compliance, which we've had some need for on our campus. And she chaired the NCAA, a number of committees actually. She chaired the Division I Women's Basketball Committee, the Division I Women's Volleyball Committee, and the Division I Men's Soccer Committee. So, she's just an incredibly talented AD, and what really sealed the deal, is that her husband's, his parents lived in Bend. They spend a lot of time in Oregon. They're both fly fishermen, and they spend a lot of time fishing in Idaho. So I knew they would fit in well with us in our culture and with Vandals. And and both of them actually have just fit in incredibly well. So I think we're very fortunate to have them, and both Terry and I are committed to, improving and civilizing our athletics, here at the university.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think every time I've heard from Terry on anything, it's like immediately after a fishing trip. So I think she.
Oh, the audio on here. What's up, Silky? How are you?
Hey. Well, I had an eventful evening, so I've missed everything. So I went live for a little bit.
Did you?
For about 30 minutes, and then I was editing a video. You know how that is. Like, oh my God, I just want to pull my hair out.
Yeah, it takes forever. That's why some nights I'm up till after the show's over, I'm up till 2 a.m. doing editing.
My
and
gosh.
stuff. Yeah. And you got to be right back up in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, we're just checking out one of these other interviews from Mr. Green that we didn't get into on Saturday.
The Greenjamins.
Yeah, Mr. Green. It's all about Mr. Green. So we went into the new documents that came out, some stuff about the Kibby Dome. It's made out of wood. Very interesting stuff.
Really?
The history of it, yeah. You should see the history of it. It's pretty interesting. And then we read the rest of that book with Koberger in it. So that was...
Yes, I missed all that. Hate that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to put the part 1 and the part 2 together and then have it be its own video. That way everybody can hear it and it's complete. Because it's crazy. There's a lot of contradictions, a lot of stuff, especially the key points that the advice that after you get through all the stuff about the crime that took place, and he gets to the key points of his advice for another president that might have to go through this one day. And all the advice that he's given is the complete opposite of everything that took place. So I don't understand it.
Do as I say, not as I do, CJ. That's what it is.
Complete opposite.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, we're just checking out. He joined some Idaho sports podcast on YouTube. I'm surprised he did. Yeah, I'm surprised he did. It looks kind of. I mean, I'm low budget too, but I don't know.
See if he'll join you.
I mean, I'm low budget too, and I don't know. I would hope mine's a better presentation, but whatever. But yeah, I'm surprised he joined this. I don't know. This was back in, let me see. This was December 4th, 2020. This was Christmas Eve. He joined this podcast. What?
Wow.
I wonder, you know what? I wonder if he was, I wonder if he was trying to get something passed or trying to have some kind of vote or what? Why would you show up? I mean, they only have 500 subs. Why would you show up on Christmas Eve?
I don't know. What was his family doing? Like, hi, Yoli.
You're not on. You're not on like Pretty Lies and Alibis or something. You know, you're not
Well, I
on.
don't know. It sounds like
Jake
he could be on that show, Pretty Lies and Alibis. That it seems about right.
I mean, I don't know. That's odd. There's got to be some kind of like. It's got to be some kind of PR thing or something. I'm gonna have to dig into it and see what took place right after this or what was taking place. Something that he was involved in. This seems more like a PR kind of thing. Christmas Eve on here. It seems odd. Jack Daniels will not. Ooh, kidney stone. All right, let's see what he says here. And this guy's even drinking on the. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine drinking on my podcast.
No, sometimes the trolls make you want to drink.
I mean, I just can't imagine. Like, then I wouldn't even be with it at the end of the show. Like, how professional is that? That's not professional.
You know what? A lot of people do it. There's one. Sure I'm not gonna name names, but there's one in my in the Delphi circle that I don't know. You can tell there's something going on. And I mean, I just tell you, there's a lot of times I thought, man, I wish I could drink. I don't even drink because, I'm allergic to alcohol. There's a lot of times that I think, man, I can just drink right now. This whole situation, all these comments, all this stuff. Let me just turn one up. But of course I don't. But yeah.
It's weird. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't imagine drinking on a show.
I don't know. Maybe it makes people feel more relaxed. Maybe they feel like they do a better job. And whatever. They do whatever you want. When you start slurring your words and you're, not really with it, then I think it's a little excessive.
Yeah, because your awareness is altered, Yeah. Your awareness is altered, so.
I don't know. I get crazy when I drink because, like I said, of the allergies, and I kind of think, I don't know, I might have like a really good show.
A what?
People are just say, I might have a really good show because it might get a lot of views because people will just tune in to see the train wreck.
Oh my gosh! Well, do it mobile, okay?
Do it at the beach, mobile, so there's an excuse.
Just do it mobile. Just do it mobile, so we could all follow the train wreck instead of just watch the train wreck in one room on a fixated camera. Take us on that train wreck. Yeah, take us on that train wreck.
There you go. CJ's and Silky's train wreck videos.
There you go.
I think we could do that. Now, I don't know. I'm pretty much a train wreck when I'm sober, so there you go. It's just because the darndest things happen to me. So,
hey, you're on a. I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm knocking on wood. You're on a good streak. You're on a couple show streak of not burning yourself cooking something. So
I know. But let me tell you what happened. This is like 3 nights ago. I made it was kind of like my own creation. It was really good. It was like chicken and pasta. It seems like every time I talk to you about this, it's always chicken and pasta. And I swear that's not what I cook all the time. Yeah, because I learn like chicken Alfredo and stuff or some kind of pasta.
Yeah.
I don't make a lot of pasta, but again, maybe it's the pasta curse. One night I made stuff and put it on the stove, and I put all this heavy stuff on it because my son has, a couple of cats that like to, try to get on the stove or whatever. And I was just leaving it up there. Well, I came in my section of the house, and I wasn't paying attention to anything. I had just left it. I thought, well, before I go to bed, I'll put it in the refrigerator. And I went out to go to the bathroom, and all of a sudden, like, the house is full of smoke, and my son is standing there with my burnt pan of food. Yeah. And he's like,
damn.
you didn't, yeah. And he says, you didn't smell that? And I was like, no. I couldn't see it, smell it. I didn't hear anything. What had happened is, he was, the pan, I don't know. I guess they were walking across the stove or whatever, and I've got a gas stove, and their little foot must have slipped and turned the knob on. And so it was just cooking and burning. And he's like, he's on the other side of the house, but he smelled it. And he said he walked in there and it was 11 degrees. Okay, 11 degrees. And we had to open all the doors and windows and everything to get the smoke out of the house.
Wow.
So, yeah. I thought at the time, 11 degrees. We don't do that in Alabama. And so I thought, you know what? Only miss out of this whole scenario is I'm not live with CJ. Because this is what usually happens.
Right?
Only missing component.
Like, shit, I gotta get off. There's smoke in my kitchen.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Damn. What night? When was that?
Let's see, what is today? I worked the weekend. So is this Monday? Okay, so this is probably Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, because Friday we were supposed to do a show, but my internet wasn't working. Yeah, because we were going to do MK Ultra or something.
Yeah,
Friday.
And I was going to do it. I was going to do it myself, and I couldn't get motivated, CJ. I don't know. I couldn't bring myself to put together a live. I did do MK. Well, no, I kind of did. Yeah, I did Mind Control tonight, but it was a very short show, only about 35 minutes, I think. And but I'm going to be doing a lot of the CIA projects. That's what I'm doing some videos on. Like, have you ever studied what our government is doing to us? What they've done to us in the past? And it's
the
crazy.
Experiments, all the stuff
that's
classified.
Right, but you know what, CJ? They stopped all that, right? Because they knew it was morally wrong. And so they don't do that stuff anymore, right?
Shit. They do a hell of a lot more than what you can even imagine. That's what they do.
I know.
Because imagine back in the
absolutely.
Imagine back in the 50s if they were thinking that shit was possible back in the 50s, and that's when the shit was, certain things were taking place. And to think that it could, 40 years later, and it's like, whoa, 50 years later, whoa, this shit took place. Yeah, it took place.
Well, that's like, I'm sorry, I interrupt because just the brain. Sorry, I am so sorry.
No, there's like a delay or something. It's all good.
But tonight I was reading an article where I didn't realize this. It was like in 1953, this guy had implanted a chip in a bull, gets in the bull ring, and he starts aggravating the bull, and he has a remote control. I didn't even know they had remote controls in the 1953, but the bull raced towards him. He hits the little remote control, and it does something to the chip that's in his brain, and he stops, just full out stops. And I'm thinking, if they did this in 1953, imagine what they're doing now. 70 years later.
Once you get into it, you'll see all the programs and experiments that they were using to try and control other countries' leadership.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's some crazy stuff. And, if you are naive, you would believe that they don't do this. Your government wouldn't do this to you. The U.S. a human guinea pig without your consent. Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty terrifying, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, too.
Yeah.
Make me want to make it. Why do you want to make a drink?
Yeah, absolutely. And go to a bull ring. I don't have a remote control though, so I'm gonna stay out of the bullpen.
Yeah, well, be careful going down that route too, with all those topics. You know.
Oh yeah.
That's not a rabbit hole. That's a bull ring too.
Oh yeah. I immediately, and I did not say not one word that was inappropriate in my whole live. I think I did say the words MK Ultra, and I think it might be in my description. That's it. Like, there was nothing controversial about what I was saying except government mind control. And immediately, you know how when you're when everything's good, your monetization little symbol will be green. It's like, okay, anybody can advertise on here. You know, this is advertiser friendly. And mine immediately came up with a yellow. Like, you know, that's the YouTube way of saying, oh, well, we're not going to really push this video a whole lot because the advertisers won't like it. Horse feathers. But yeah, I'm like, okay, so there's another video that YouTube's not going to push. So whatever. It's the truth.
It is. Like, there's certain words, yeah, they're gonna, it affects everything. It affects, that's why I was saying, like, in my earlier shows, there used to be ShamWow commercials, and now you get, like, Marvel and stuff like that. So I'm moving up, you know. Yeah. I'm moving up with the commercials. I got Marvel Studios doing commercials. Yeah. Even though I only get, like, $10 a show.
Yeah. If you're lucky. Yeah.
If I'm lucky. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And I don't ever look at it's rare that I look at my advertisements. I need to go back on my stuff and see who's advertising. I don't care. But,
yeah, I just rewatch my videos on an account that doesn't have, because I got my other account that I use for my lounge channel.
Right.
So I just use my lounge channel that doesn't have premium, and then I'll rewatch my episode with that, and that's when I see what kind of commercials, how often. Just so I can have a perspective from somebody without premium too.
Right. Now, I do that. I watch a few minutes of my videos after live because I just want to see how the video and audio quality is and that kind of stuff. But I still, even though it comes up with advertisements, I never pay attention to what the heck is on there. I mean, we could be having that medical stuff. Who knows? You know?
Yeah, so. I doubt it. I doubt you're going to get any medication that has side effects for commercials.
I don't know.
You'd expose it.
Oh yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
Especially the ones that talk about death as a side effect.
Exactly, sudden death. It's not. I mean, that's the thing that gets me. They don't just say, "Oh, and you could die." What they say is sudden death. Like, oh, like how sudden? Is it like 5 minutes after I take the pill? Do I have to take this pill for 3 months or a year? Or like, you know, it's Russian roulette. Yeah, just suddenly you're alive 1 minute and sudden death. So, you know, the explosive is a better alternative. Not a great one, but it's better than.
Well, now they hire the guy that did the micro machines for all the side effects, so you have to like slow it down and really pay attention.
Oh
now.
Yeah, that's right. Just skip over it. Yeah, you're not really paying attention. Like, what did he say?
Eddie the Death. Call your doctor now. Yeah, they just hide it right in there. Hide it right in there.
Yeah. What? I didn't know the side effect was like growing another head. What? Nobody told me. It was on a commercial, ma'am.
I want to say thank you, Janet. Separate contribution call out just a little bit to say thank you for all you do. I appreciate the support. I really do. Thank you so much. And thank you for the kind words, too. Speaking of, there's like a Hims pill right there on the advertisement. I feel like I'm back in my... What does it say? I feel like I'm back in my
20s.
Complete a free online visit. Would you even trust taking something over the internet like that? People, go to your doctor, you know?
Look, I don't even trust the pharmacy.
You don't even know what these people are putting in this shit. It could be just sugar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is from, what is the date on this? August 22nd, 2020, updated August 27th, 2020. This is the memo. So when we were talking, thank you, Caddy, when we were talking, or when I was finishing up the rest of that chapter, he was talking about the memo that he sent out to the students regarding COVID. And it says, this is a memo about the importance of preventing the spread of coronavirus after hearing reports of off-campus parties. Now, is this a video? Yeah, this is a video that's going to talk about how he was upset. Okay, it's not on YouTube, so you get commercials on here. Oh, cool, I can skip it.
Yeah.
Are back in session for the University of Idaho today as the Vandals return to a very different process this semester. All students at the Moscow campus must test negative for COVID-19 before they can take classes in person. Faculty and staff will all get tested tomorrow through Wednesday. The university's lab has already tested more than 23,000 people, and they say that 34 tests have come back positive. Some other things to note this morning: students who refuse to wear a face covering will be asked to leave campus. PPE kits will be provided for all faculty, staff, and students. Classroom capacity is capped at 50%. Faculty can also wear face shields. Students and faculty should be ready to shift to online learning if there is a coronavirus outbreak. Now, over the weekend, the university president sent a memo to all students and faculty titled, "It's up to you to keep our campus open."
Mad at these students for having all these parties.
The memo came several days after students returned to campus and reports were made of off-campus parties. Now, in his memo, the U of I president wrote, "Your behavior diminishes the hard work conducted all summer to prepare for your arrival." He also threatened to close Greek life chapters that are not following those rules. The Moscow Police Department says they will be following up on reports of off-campus parties.
So, you know what? Shit.
The flexible schedules.
Seeing myself become
this fucking dumb shit. Hold on. I can't even get out of it.
Oh, now I want some ice cream.
Refresh. Get rid of that shit. Now where'd it go?
This is me on every single live, CJ. I've got everything set before I start, and then it gets crazy.
Don't throw that in the trash.
Oh my gosh. Freaking ads. Hold on. I was
Don't throw that in the trash.
I was just trying to pause it on what the president was saying, and it frickin' changed on me before I could even pause it. Come on.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is why I pay for premium. For real.
I did.
It comes in handy when you use YouTube 24/7 for each month, you know? It comes in, a few bucks comes in handy. Let me see, right here.
Yeah.
Your behavior diminishes the hard work conducted all summer to prepare for your arrival regarding these campus parties. It does sound good, don't it?
But I tell you, I understand what he's saying. The COVID, whatever. Don't even get me started on that stuff. But I understand. Yes, it puts you at a risk. But let me ask you this: did you go to Walmart? Because if you went to Walmart, you're exposed to everything anyway. So come on.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it, but still, this is what I'm wondering is this when I want to know this. When did Moscow PD create this underage alcohol task force? Was it during COVID? Is that how it started? It wasn't
I'm thinking.
necessarily, or what I'm thinking is it wasn't necessarily if it was COVID, they were having to patrol. They started to realize how many underage students they were running into,
Yeah.
and then they go, "Hey guys, we got to fail safe. We got to fail safe because every 2 out of 3 students is going to be underage at that college for alcohol."
Yeah. Well, then
I
on
wonder if
top of
that's
it,
when it
though,
started.
I don't know. They had to know. Come on, all colleges know there's underage drinking. I'm not saying it's right, but it
No, but they have
happens.
they have an undercover task force for it. What college do you know has an undercover task force where they're not dressed? They do this to show their badge,
Yeah.
and they're not dressed like cops, and they're not even driving LE vehicles.
Yeah, see, and I know that's part of it. I'm thinking that I could just be reading it wrong, but I'm thinking he's talking about not just the underage, but the parties. Because if this is in 2020, isn't that
No,
what they
no, no.
said in 2020? Oh,
Yeah,
this isn't.
this is from 2020. What I'm saying
Okay.
is okay. So Moscow PD, Rosenthal came out with the video in the Join Us video, and he says, "Hey, come to Moscow because you can rank up really quick." Well, the thing with Moscow PD is they don't write any reports. So,
Right.
because you're not being a successful department, maybe because of COVID, what I'm saying is, I'm just taking the instance of what's taken place here, where Mr.
Yeah.
Green's getting upset about all the off-campus parties. And I think what they were doing initially, because it says here at the end that the MPD were going to make sure that they stayed to a minimum and they go by the university's rules. At first, I think this is why I want to know, everybody, when this whole undercover thing started, because I'm wondering if that's what they started to do to bust the fucking off-campus parties so the students wouldn't know that they were out patrolling around, because they wanted to bust the people that were doing the parties for COVID. But then
Mm-hmm.
but like a year later, after they started doing it for COVID, that's when they were like, "Yo, this is a cash cow.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
cash cow."
Probably.
Because 21 is the drinking age in Boise, Idaho. How many students are 21 and over in Boise, Idaho? A third?
Yeah.
Be-
Probably.
because most of your population is going to be underage. They're going to be 18, 19, and 20.
Sure. Sure.
So it's like a fail safe. And I'm wondering, that's what I'm saying when it comes to this. I'm wondering if this is when they said, "Hey guys, we haven't been writing reports, but damn, look at all the money that's coming in from these
Mm-hmm.
tickets from these underage drinkers. And
Right.
let's just continue to do it." And that's how they rank up so quick. Because how are you ranking up if you don't write reports unless you're
Right.
busting people for underage consumption?
Yeah.
What's all the I mean, that's what it
yeah.
is.
Yeah, that's fine. If they have to pay a fine, that's cha-ching.
Why would you need to? I mean, it's Moscow. Why would you? If you're worried about, if your boss is worried about money, and you're gonna get vehicles, hybrids, all the money that you just dumped into that vehicle and the other one and the other one and the other one and the other one wouldn't. That's way more than your gas consumption would cost until you got a new vehicle that would be hybrid anyway. So
yeah,
the whole cost of it didn't make sense. Moscow's not that big. You can, it literally takes just a couple minutes. It's not much at all. Yeah, that's what they do. They use shame tactics and all that shit. I mean, you saw the body cams and it's just bullshit. And then there's no reports. There's a guy shooting off a shotgun and there's no reports. The same night that the crimes took place, there's somebody playing loud country music, shooting off a shotgun before the crimes took place that night, and there's no fucking report. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
So how else do they rank up? Your behavior diminishes the hard work. So yeah, I think that's where
shame on you. For shame.
I think that's where they I don't know. I need to find out though if anybody wants to look when they created this undercover alcohol buster program or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right though. It probably started with COVID, because everybody got in trouble. Like, you weren't allowed to, have gatherings. And then they're like, yeah, I think you're 100% right. Then it's like, oh, look at all these underage people. Oh, cha-ching. Let's find them. Let's, whatever. And I agree with that whole childhood shame. Like, look, by the time you get to college, I know you're a young adult and, living on the edge most of the time, but still, you're an adult. Like, don't talk down to people. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to stop anybody. Anybody who's ever had a teenager can tell me how you stop some of this behavior. Like, really, tell me, because I've got one. So.
Our cops gave us a warning or looked away, but no fine. Like, that's the only way. I'm wondering, they just happened to stumble upon it. Wow, this is look at our budgets now. Look at the money that's coming into the courts and to the PD for just doing what we should be doing anyway. So they misused it and abused it with doing undercover.
I'm shocked. I am just shocked to my core.
Probably not. I mean, that's probably where it got to. They probably gave them a ticket, and if they didn't pay for the ticket, then they had a warrant issued for their arrest. So then they would get arrested when they would go do a house call. Hey, what do you guys do? All of a sudden, oh yeah, we got a warrant here. What the hell?
The flexible schedules.
Like, oh yeah, we got a warrant here. And then they're able to, hey mom, can you do me a favor? Can you use your credit card and pay the $150 fine to get me out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, honey. And then they do the credit card over the phone. So the son can get out after he gets released on his own, later that morning. After he gets to see the judge,
I wonder how it seems like
my mom did.
Nobody ever had to. Let me think about this. No, nobody ever had to bail me out yet. But I mean, you know, that's the thing. I would be interested to know, like, the statistics prior to 2020 to now. Like, how many more fines have they gotten, or has it increased a whole lot? What's up?
Yeah, like maybe 2 years. Yeah, like the 4 years before and the 4 years since, and then look at both sides, and then see where it goes. I'm wondering. I don't even know if there's a way to find out, but I'm just wondering if I bet you they just kind of came across it and was like, look.
Yeah.
Look, we could, and is anybody gonna look? Is anybody gonna look at us in a negative way if we're writing tickets for underage alcohol? No, because we're doing our job. And how easy is it? You got a guy in a hoodie that's wearing a hat like me and some jeans, and he's walking up to you while you're walking down the street with your friend. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on? You guys 21?
Yeah.
You guys 21? Like, that's easy as shit.
Yeah.
You're going to win every carnival fucking teddy bear that you could imagine with those odds.
Like, what's the old expression? Shooting fish in a barrel?
Yeah, basically. That's what it is. That's what it is. What are you doing? Do you got to work tomorrow?
Nope, not tomorrow. I work Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, I'm going to do a show. I'm not even going to give a shit about this noise next door. The only way that it would stop me is if they actually start to do something over here tomorrow morning, because I'm not getting any information. So if I'm going to do a show in the morning, if you're not doing anything and you want to join, I'm just going to do a daytime true crime show where we kind of cover different cases that are going out there that we don't normally cover. So I'm going to be talking like the Kansas City 3 that passed away and some of these other cases, maybe some Karen Reed and Long Island, just, Epstein, just a bunch of different ones. Just going to be a date.
Yeah.
And if there's a police chase, we're going to do that too. So it's going to be one of those shows. But yeah, if you're not busy, I'm gonna plan it for 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern.
Okay.
But lately they haven't been showing up. The last few mornings they haven't been showing up until like 10, which is weird because usually they were showing up at 8. So I don't know. But they stayed really late tonight, so I don't know if that means that they're coming. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah. I've got some time tomorrow. I may have to break and go pick my daughter up at some point, but yeah, other than that, absolutely. I want to cover some other cases. I love Delphi like you love Idaho, but I mean, it's not like I don't care about Idaho. I'm just over this. There are so many other things to talk about, so many other crimes that are equally important, in my opinion. Sometimes you just have to give other stuff a rest. And you know how it is, CJ, when you're a creator, it's like you feel compelled when there's breaking news. Oh, let me cover that. So no matter what I'm doing, and I've done it so many times, it's like, there was something changed in Delphi today. I don't even know. Yesterday, today. I just said, you know what? Okay, I'm not covering it. There will be plenty of other creators to cover it, and I'm going to do something else because I'm not competing with everybody else and saying the same thing. We're all going to say about the same thing, so let's do something different.
Yeah, well, join tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about a bunch of different cases, whatever's breaking, cop chase, whatever. It's just going to be a breaking news, talk about the cases of the current, the current time, stuff like that. It was nice having a Scott Peterson episode last night and doing an OJ one yesterday morning.
Yes, it was. I
So
caught the tail end of your Scott Peterson because I was at work like extra late last night. So I came in around 9 o'clock, but I didn't say anything. I was just listening. You're right. It was, no matter what your feelings are on that Scott Peterson case, there were some very good points made, and I'm interested to see where that's going to go. And man, and the Liz case, Long Island. I'm so far behind in that case, but I love that case. I've thought about it for years.
Yeah, there's some different things that just came out recently about another victim, another one.
Yeah.
And, more information like that. But yeah, tomorrow it's just gonna be daytime true crime. We're gonna hang out, talk about whatever. If people want to send something in, we'll talk about it. I'm even thinking about what the fuck?
Working with a team.
That damn website.
It's not in my head.
I'm thinking about even opening up the phone line for a little bit tomorrow if anybody wants to call in. I haven't done any open lines for a while, so I thought about maybe doing that too for the show, for the whatever true crime daytime show. So yeah, thank you for the kind words, everybody. Appreciate it. So yeah, come hang out tomorrow. We'll be talking about whatever. If there's something you want to bring up or discuss during it, yeah, we'll do it. We'll go ahead and it'll be whatever. Then we'll have more. I got to get back to the Enon stuff. Maybe tomorrow night, but it might be Wednesday night when we get back to Enon.
What's that?
That's one of the neighbors at Queen Road, or was at Queen Road apartment.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a couple of episodes already, and we had to take a break from it, but we're going to be getting back into that maybe tomorrow night, but probably Wednesday night. So we'll be getting more into that. So yeah, just I'll let you know. I'll give you a heads up in advance.
Okay.
I'm going to set it for 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. And then it might be, I apologize. It might be a last minute kind of thing. If it is and I'm not able to, maybe just go live and I'll come hang out in your chat or something, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I do plan on being on unless they're here. So other than that,
I may come in my pajamas with coffee. I'm just saying, be prepared.
I'm just jealous. I need a robe or something, I need to get
there you go.
I need to get a
robe. Those smoking jackets, the old fashioned kind, like, I don't know who's an old star, like maybe Clark Gable or somebody used to wear. The smoking jackets should be fancy.
I mean, I would like to. I'd smoke my cigar. I don't know. Ever since I started the show, I don't like smoking my cigars on camera, even though it's 18 plus. I don't know. I would love to have like one of those, Hugh Hefner fucking cigar, the Hugh Hefner cigar robes, where I got the big stove and I'm just smoking this stove sitting here. But I don't know. I've always been the type where I didn't want to smoke on the show. Go ahead.
Yeah, and here I am just vaping away.
No, it's okay.
I try to limit it, but like by this time of night, I'm like, yeah, I gotta, especially when I've been live. No, like I hate the smell of cigarettes. Like it makes me want to vomit. But I love the smell of a cigar. I know it's just as unhealthy, but it smells so good.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my grandpa, he would be smoking the flavored, tobacco, and it was just, I'd always walk into their house and it'd just be like, it just smells so good, so
exactly.
that's why I like the cherry wine, black and mild.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that cherry.
Yeah, the wood tips. So the taste of the cherry wine is on your tongue and your lips when you're
I love it. Now let me tell you something. I know people are gonna find this weird, but my mom used to smoke a pipe. like when I was little. She had like a little white pipe, and it was a legit pipe. Okay, I know it was a long time ago. It was back in the wild days, but it really was a pipe, and she smoked like some kind of cherry flavor too, and it was different, I guess, for a female back then. But
Yeah. I love the smell.
yeah, like a pipe and coffee and a fire, and then a little bacon too. That's perfection.
Bacon. That's crazy. Bacon.
I love some bacon. The combination of bacon and coffee is just so intoxicating to me. Like, that would be my drug of choice. Like, you know.
I've never mixed the two. That's weird. Usually with my breakfast, I'll drink orange juice. I never had coffee with bacon. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, and the best flavor. I don't know if you camp, but I love to camp. I mean, either in or outside of a tent. Like, I love to sleep outside and go to a state park or something. But in the morning, especially if you're not the one doing the cooking, waking up to the smell of coffee percolating on the little camp stove and bacon frying in the great outdoors, like, that is the smell in the whole world to me.
Yeah, I love bacon. Smoked bacon, not smoking bacon. Smoked bacon.
I've never tried smoking bacon, but hey. It's the first time for everything.
Hey, I thought chocolate and bacon was weird until I tried it, and I was like, oh, damn, that's good.
Do you remember, CJ, it's been, oh my gosh, at least 10 years. Remember when Burger King had it was the bacon sundae? Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, it was, they only had it one summer, and they would put like real bacon crumbled on top of your sundae, and it was just like for a limited time. I went in there and I had one.
Bacon bits? Like bacon bits?
Not bacon bits, like actual bacon crumbled.
The Burger
pieces.
King. Burger King. They had chewy bacon back in the day. I'm surprised that you could separate it with would they? That's weird. When was this?
This was, I think it was in 2012.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so anyway, I got a call Sunday with bacon. It was literally bacon pieces like they put on the hamburgers, but it was like torn in smaller bits and sprinkled on. I loved it. I was like, they got rid of the bacon sundae. I had a new addiction going, and they ruined it. But
well, just get your own. I mean, bacon's expensive as hell nowadays, but
yeah, I just got some today. But I don't. To me, to make a sundae, like when I'm in the mood for ice cream, it's just like I want my ice cream now. I don't want to have to wait 20 minutes and fry some bacon to throw on my ice. Yeah,
get the microwave bacon.
Yeah, it's not the same. Like, I don't like floppy.
The microwave, the microwave bacon's like Burger King bacon for real. That Burger King bacon, you gotta like gnaw the shit out of that shit to separate it. You gotta like rip it out of your mouth to like get it to split apart.
Yeah, but see, I like a little bit burnt. I don't like chewy bacon as much, and I don't like floppy bacon. That's one of my kids likes the floppy bacon. I'm like, ugh, that's just nasty. But good and crunchy.
Bacon's bacon. Bacon's bacon.
Well,
yeah. The crunchy is the best. The crunchy is the best, but bacon's bacon.
Well, I'll eat bacon, it for sure. Floppy or not, it's just not my preference. But it was because you kind of get that sweet and it's not sweet and sour, but it works on a Sunday. It worked for me. That's all I'm saying. I loved it, and I thought Burger King should have kept it, and I was really sad when they did.
Yeah, I mean they have to change it up though. It's like the rib. I wish the McRib always stuck around, but they always got to get rid of that thing too.
Yeah. It's very tasty. It's just, I can't, when I bite into a McRib, it's like the taste is good. And then I look at it and I'm like, what is this?
It's not the same anymore.
Oh.
It's not the same. Yeah.
See, we should have like an online build a Sunday bar and just like put different things on there. See what's good, what's not.
Dark chocolate in all its forms, food of the gods.
Yes, I love dark chocolate.
Food of the gods.
And bacon.
And bacon. God, I'm hungry now. I need to eat something.
Me too. I haven't eaten in a while.
All right. Well, shit. Get some sleep. Get some rest. And, yeah, let's hang out tomorrow. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't even care if it's fucking noisy over there tomorrow. I don't care. 3 shows in like a 2-week period in the daytime is really getting on my nerves when it was only supposed to be like a week. So I'm just going to say fuck it. If it's noisy, I apologize to you guys if it comes through, but fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to be here tomorrow unless they're here to start on my side. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you have to, at a certain point in time, you have to just do it. So
I mean,
right.
They said they were going to be over here a week ago and I'm still waiting. So I don't know. The last, today was like another day, like, okay, maybe they're going to be here. Last week, I'm like, okay, maybe they're just finishing up this week because they stopped early a couple days. And so I thought they were just about wrapping up. And then today it's like, oh, nope, they're still over there doing all that shit. So that's why it's just like, I don't fucking know. Fuck it. I'm just going to, after this morning, I'm just like, fuck it. If it's fucking noisy, it is what it is. So I'm tired of not being able to do my shows in the morning.
Yeah. It might not be as loud as you think. I mean, sometimes my stuff.
Oh, it's loud. Yeah, like the first week, it sounded like a bunch of salt. They must have gutted it, and they're rebuilding it or something.
Oh wow!
It was a total loss on the other side. That's how much damage was over there. So I'm just assuming they're doing a rebuild. So
either that or getting paid by the hour, not by the job. Because if they're getting paid by the job, they might be quicker.
I don't know. So, we'll see. Fingers crossed they're not over here tomorrow because I really want to do a show. But I'll let you guys know. I'm going to put out a notification here in a few when the show's over for tomorrow's Daytime True Crime. And then I will keep you updated in the chat of that live that's going to be marked for tomorrow morning. So,
all right.
Hop off. Hopefully you can make it too, Silky. We'll do a Daytime True Crime show together.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, hang out all morning and maybe we'll have a police chase or something we can break down.
Oh, that would be fun.
Wouldn't it? A police chase?
Yeah. That would be great.
Fingers crossed. So if any of you guys are watching tomorrow and you see a police chase going on, send us a link and we'll give you our fresh live reaction, okay?
Or if any of you are planning to commit a crime, just go ahead and schedule it for tomorrow morning and then run so we can watch it, okay?
And
just
do
saying.
us a favor, stream it from your mobile and then that way and give us a heads up and then we can go live, okay? Because that way we can get the Ellie on you right as soon. Get that shit handled. Yeah,
I mean, if you were planning to anyway, just go ahead and schedule it for tomorrow morning. Okay?
Yeah.
Help us out.
Yeah. No doubt. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Silky. Appreciate you for hanging out. See y'all later.
Thank you, CJ. Bye-bye.
Good night.